Hello, Mrs. Argaba? Mrs. Artmeister? Holy mackerel. What? Whew, bro, it's hot in here. And I have to go to the bathroom. Mrs. Herbalama? Testing 1, 2, 3. Holy. It is 90. It's 95 degrees Fahrenheit in here. What's up, everybody? A breezy 95 with the fan on. That is 35 Celsius. And I'm feeling pretty good. You know, under the circumstances, I feel pretty good. It's lucky that it's not that humid today. It's a heat record for Budapest for June 6th. This is the all-time hottest June 6th, I think, recorded history. Now, on the street it's only 30, but on the roof it's 35. All right. Let's get the hype train started. Canicula, or something they call it. And there's like a sudden heat wave. Canicula. What is that, Latin or something? Caligula. Isn't that like a vampire movie or something? All right. I've got my pseudo iced coffee. Feeling good? Shocky, Arsenal fan. Asterbate is here. We've got games from the above mentioned players. Plus, Asterbate, we said. Liechtenstein Geller, feature Mr. Slow Game of the Day. Redusu, always with the Blitz game or something. Arsenal fan. Nefidov, Sun Prism. And even the rarely seen endangered Move 11. Scientists are still not sure if there's any left. Submitted a game called the Pranav, who all the Pranavs keep beating. Whatever that means. And then finally, and Shocky, and maybe as a reward for being here on time, I'll do the Shocky game earlier. Thanks for being here on time. Stay well hydrated. It's 109. What did you say? It was 109 in Vegas, Fahrenheit. We're pushing up to about 100 now. It's the hottest has been 96 Fahrenheit in here. What happened was we're supposed to get air conditioning installed, but the dudes, the contractors who were going to do it, said they're going to do it basically now, and then at the last minute they pushed it back till 4 weeks from now. So I have to survive like 4 more weeks without real air conditioning. As the climate change that doesn't exist gets worse. Alright, anyway. I'm a little sweaty, but I feel good. We've got these games. We're going to get started. This is Asterbate versus Lollipokey. This is game number 1. I don't know why people, like random people, challenge me to bullet chess. The title of my stream is Master Analysis on lichess.org. Doesn't say like challenge me to play bullet. What's up, guys? Arsenal fan. I can't read the screen because I don't have my glasses on, but I'm sure whatever you're saying is very interesting. Best I've played in one of these. I'm still buzzing from how I played on Tuesday. In general, or that one particular game? Poor Pranav. I played one guy, Pranav Anand, I think. Pranav seems like a pretty popular Indian name. Alright. I'm just trying to get my mind in gear here. Oh yeah, there's my glasses. Wait. I don't need this for this computer. I need it for the other computer. Yeah. He pretends to be crazy. I don't know what Shocky's talking about. Guys, hype train today. Let's do the hype train today. We got Summer Tournament Fund. I haven't registered yet. The plan is to play in Romania in an open in August. And then later in October in the World Senior. That's a separate fund. Sun Prism is here. Good to see you. All right, let's get started. So as always, we'll do the Asterbate game as a kind of warm up. Asterbate's been playing a lot of different stuff. He's even playing the birds. He's played a lot of b3. He's played knight f3 with b3. Even transposing some d4 games. So here he's playing knight f3. Black plays d5. And now, this is something that he'd never done before the last 2 weeks. He plays the Réti, actually. So, you know, Asterbate, I'd like to take a moment to commend you for your bravery and being willing to try new things. I know as I get older, it gets harder to convince myself to experiment with new ideas, and I know you cling to certain safety nets in chess, and so it's not easy to try new things. This is definitely, you know, new in the last 2 weeks. Maybe you had played it a few times before, but for the most part, you never played this on a regular basis. So, you're playing a Réti. The critical response is d4. But you know what? The chances of anyone under 1900 on lichess playing d4 is extremely low. Notice, like, okay, even in the Masters database, it's shockingly low. Funny, isn't it? You know, it's clearly Black's best move, but it's not the easiest to play. Space advantage. So Black plays e6. Now we're transposing to usually a Queen's Gambit type thing. Most players here will play g3 or d4. You don't have a lot of other options. The text move is very strange. Your best bet is either d4, g3, e3, or b3. That's it. In fact, even c takes d5 is not a particularly great move. I remember once seeing someone play like queen c2. That's once in a while seen. But a3, it's funny. You did this similar thing with Black. You're really asking for this guy to take on c4 here. Why does my chat not scroll on its own? Yeah, I mean, e6 is fine. It's solid. They're usually Queen's Gambit decline players. Of course. That's the way a lot of players would play. You know, just because d4 is the best move doesn't mean it's easy to play. e6 and c6 are fine. But the problem with a3 is going to be if Black takes on c4 now, you know, how are you going to get the pawn back? If you try to get it back with e3, he has b5. This would be my take, right? He takes, and you try to do the routine thing, like in a QGA, reversed. Here's the problem. The fact that you played a3. So now, whereas this would usually be bad, it's possible that b5 is not that bad because a4 would cost you a tempo. a4 is the pivotal move that undermines Black's queenside structure. So you don't have a4. Maybe your position is still fine, but you're like Black or something, you know? Maybe you should even play a4. You can also play b3. So that's the problem with the position. You know, of course, he's not obligated to take, and I'm not sure it's the best move. So Black plays bishop d6. This looks okay. He doesn't want to give up a strong point on d5. Fine. You know, you should probably play e3 here. I should make the chat bigger so I can actually see it. Chat, I hate that. Chat paused due to scroll. What do you mean, chat paused due to scroll? Queen a4, queen c4 as in Catalan? Well, alright. You know, as Arsenal is talking about, queen a4 as in Catalan, good suggestion. And maybe a3 isn't so useless here. Yeah, I would expect this takes a6. Yeah, and the queen can fall back to c2, but black is equal. All right, so bishop d6. It's a solid move. Now e3, protecting your pawn. Black plays c5. Okay, this is looking like a kind of normal position now. Knight c3, putting pressure on d5, and black has very little choice now. Knight e7 is very passive. Taking is counterintuitive at this point, better than what the opponent played, and knight f6 is the only move. I mean, this is clearly black's only good move. And not difficult to find, but instead your opponent played a6, which loses a central pawn, and you should 100% take it, but you didn't because you were moving too fast. So Azerbaijan didn't bother to check. You know, I don't know if you thought like this is somehow like a thing. I can't imagine that's very good for black. If this were to happen, right, and black were to do that to avoid losing a pawn, you don't have any heroic intermezzos, so I think you should just though you have to consider the arsenal maneuver, you should probably play rook takes h2, and you know that h file is actually pretty beneficial for white. So instead, Azerbaijan played this very strange move, queen a4 check. That doesn't look good. Now, he has to play bishop d7, otherwise... You know, the funny thing is, this may not be such a bad move. Black has bishop c6. But still, you know, oddly enough, queen a4 check may not be that bad. It's not really easy or possible for black to defend the central pawn anyway, after queen a4 check. He could play it like a benko. You know, b5 is kind of interesting. Oh, then you take with a knight? Oh, no. Then you take with a knight. Because if you take with a pawn, it's like a Blumenfeld type thing. You take with a knight. You know, oddly, this queen e4 is not such a bad move. So the point is bishop d7, queen b3. But maybe this is black's best then. He can't save the pawn. But he could try to play b5, I guess. Sacrificing a pawn. And I guess my best bet would be something like c4. Still, you're a clear pawn up. Maybe this is not enough for black. He can play bishop c6, but again you're taking, and again you're taking, and again like all he has is some kind of bullshit with bishop takes h2. That doesn't even work in this position now because of knight b6 probably. So, you know, oddly enough, queen a4 is not such a bad move. Bishop d7, and now you have to play queen b3. Is there any chance that queen gets trapped on b7? Well, yeah, I'm thinking about queen trap here. Knight c6. Yeah, I mean, the queen gets trapped in this line. But the problem with queen b3 is that for black, it's a double threat. We're attacking d5 3 times, so that's gone. And we're threatening queen takes b7. So How do you defend both? You know, you can't defend both. This is not possible to properly defend both. So queen c2. This sucks because you're not attacking b7. So now black can simply take on c4 and only be like a little bit worse. You're fine. You know, white's maybe slightly better, but the point is he'd likely get some kind of relatively normal-ish type of position. Queen b3 was much stronger. But the opponent plays b5. Now you have a choice. I like taking the central pawn. So this clearly leaves him with a very strong pawn on d5. Asterbate makes the right call here. Definitely destroyed the center. And then black plays e5. But black shouldn't do that. This is like positionally lost for black. You put money on the compensation for the d5 pawn. What compensation? What compensation? Black has to play knight f6 here, and this is, in my opinion, his only move. And I admit that a3 is not the best move, but I don't think so. E takes d5, knight takes d5. Oh, you want him to recapture. All right. Maybe that is better, but then it's not as easy to bring. Yeah, maybe it is better. I still don't agree. White doesn't have compensation for his sideways pawn. It's possible. All right, Arsenal's right. I think Arsenal is right in this case. Black has 1/10 of a pawn compensation for the sacrifice pawn. White's advantage is probably like 0.9. Between 0.8 and 0.9. You were right, Arsenal fan, all along. He does have compensation. Unfortunately, it's somewhere between 1/10 and 1/5 of a pawn. Black's compensation here. He has compensation, but not enough compensation. Those nice bishops. Because it is a central pawn after all. If anybody wants to bet, I'm gonna put it on 0.8 advantage to white after this move. Damn it. If I just stopped it a minute ago, it was on 0.8. Depth 22. Let's go a little deeper. .7. All right, we'll call it. I'm calling it 0.7. So he has 3/10 of a pawn compensation. Arsenal is right. Black has compensation. You know, it's all relative. How much compensation? 0.7. On a pretty fast CPU. Alright, so anyway, we're arguing about details, but this is losing. This is strategically losing. After e5, you probably have negative compensation now. Because white has an effective, like, protected pass pawn on d5. Effective, protected. Notice the difference between a protected pass pawn and effective. It's like effective stack sizes in poker. Effective protected pass pawn. It's not really a protected pass pawn, but it's effectively a protected pass pawn. It could become, or a potential protected pass pawn. It's a PPP. With the PPP, we have like more than one pawn advantage. Of course, black could still win the game. But this looks like maybe a second pawn is biting the dust. Of course, Azerbaijan is not known for being materialistic, but I mean, given the choice between both of these nuggets and the additional possibility of d6, oof. This doesn't look good. Now it's a tough call. But I think I've got to take with the queen. Azerbaijan's very careful with his queen, you know. This move gives the pawn back, though. Knight takes, and the guy doesn't take on d6 here, which would be a good idea under the circumstances. He plays the Azerbaijan maneuver. Rook a7. Now another one bites the dust. Were those important? Bishop takes d6. I don't see a knockout. Oh, we have a fork. Chester Forkington. But we're going to get pinned if we fork. So knight takes d7. You did that. Knight takes d7. Now, if you play knight c6, black can fork you. Not fork you, but pin us. Oh, no. Oh, no. It works. Exactly. Exactly. So this square is so key, right? The square is so key, the light square. You had a master, but you win the exchange. Knight e4. Queen e4, I mean. So knight c6 wins. If he tries to pin you, you just get out of the pin with queen e4. And this is conveniently protected, by the way. Thanks to your keen development, your keen sense of development. Your back rank is protected. You would never leave your pieces back or anything. Azerbaijan would never leave any of his pieces undeveloped in the early stage of the game. So he misses it. He misses the crushing move knight c6. d4, rook c7. So black is, what, 2 pawns down? White has the bishop pair and 2 pawns up. Queen f5. This is the shelf. Mensch. Mensch on a bench. Elf on a shelf. Great shelf square. Threatening mate in 1. Very subtle Azerbaijan. I like it. Queen e7. And now, nothing fancy. He just trades. Good policy. The policy is always right. And now bishop d3. Knight f6. The dude refuses to play knight f6 here. Don't play knight f6. Don't develop your knight or anything. g6. Queen e4. Wow, very practical Azerbaijan. Has to be trading queens in a 2 pawns up with the 2 bishops position. Now the guy here, he doesn't trade queens. Just when I said he was being practical, he doesn't trade queens. He goes for more. Check here and grabs another pawn. Just as I'm like complimenting him on his practical play, he goes off on a limb and like takes a 3rd pawn with his queen. I don't know. You're setting a bad example with grabbing all those pawns. Now black keeping that last pawn. And check. I'm not even sure this is a good move. But fine. You know, black's going to play king f8. He doesn't even play king f8. Here. What's the point of having this cubbyhole on g7 if you're not going to play king f8? Castle, castle. Yeah, if white loses this, I'm going to bang the table. Bishop d2, queen c6, hitting the knight, drops a knight, and then trades queens, and it's over. Nothing to see here, folks. Just look away. Cover your children's eyes. This is borderline pornographic. Okay, king up. Very efficient. And the mate. And if he plays g5, we have rook f6. What? Oh, black played check. And rook h8. Aw, don't you hate that? Don't you hate it when your opponents do that? The guy won't resign. Instead, he plays rook h8. Brutal. just brutal. How do we force mate here? Oh my god. Bishop e4, and there's still no mate. There is a cool idea. So if you think about this practically, what's the best way to do this? We wanna mate black with bishop e4, and I thought we're using like rook f6. But if we do that, right? If you set up a mating net with that way, first of all, black can play rook h7. The way to do this, I just realized, is rook g7. Because if you do rook g7, then you're threatening bishop e4, and it's really nasty. So you're saying bishop e8. That's a cute way to do it, Arsenal fan. That's a really cute idea. I like that. It's artistic. The problem with bishop e4 is that he takes on b5, and if we try to do this, he has lateral, and if we try to do this, he has from the back. So Arsenal fans, bishop e8 is actually a crafty way to do it. There's a problem though. Black can wait. No, that works. Bishop e8 is good, and then the straightforward. I prefer rook g7. And now we're threatening bishop e4. Yeah, there's probably some weird ass move one could do, like rook a1 or something. It's very possible that Arsenal fans bishop e8 is actually the best move. That's kind of cute. Because I don't see how he's going to really prevent mate there. The point is you have rook g7 next. That's a nice move. Hard to find. So, yeah. In the game, White did it in a kind of clumsy way. He got to the position clumsily. And there it is. Alright, good game. What's up, guys? Don't forget the hype train. We've got 19 viewers already. It's hot. And I need my water. Where's my water? Astrobate gifted a sub to Z3 Snake 2 days ago. Wow. It was already 2 days ago, our last donation. Sack draw tip 603. He's going down. 604. Some random dude donated 604. Now 603, taking us up to 63540. That's my phone number. 835-4055. Again, call this number. 845-4055. So, if no one has any objections, I'm going to, well, actually, we should wait for Mr. Slow. Damn, it landed on an even number. Did you try to, like, roll it out on an even number? I thought there was something intentional there. It's only a mere 90. Oof, it's up to 96 now. 97 Fahrenheit. It's like 97.5. Damn, dude. It's like pushing 36 degrees Celsius in my office. We confirmed with the air conditioning contractor that they're going to come the 3rd of July. I swear. Wow, you've changed. 7 years ago. I want to cut my hair now. It's been a while. But, it's too hot, dude, to have long hair. So, record heat in Budapest. It's literally like up to 98 degrees Fahrenheit, 36 Celsius on the roof. Record for July or June 6th in Budapest. I'm not going to start with Liechtenstein game. I'm going to do one more game before we move on to that. Arsenal, do you mind if we do your game? Alright. I'm waiting on Mr. Slow. He might or might not show up. And I figured better if he's here when we do his game. I'll give him another game to show up before we do that. And Redusu always just submits like random blitz games anyway, so this should be more interesting. So this is from Tuesday. We held a blitz tournament, a Swiss 9 rounds. Somebody who you might know, Arsenal fan, finished second in said tournament. So good job. He was pumped to finish second. I looked at my games. They weren't too bad. I'm going to play Rapid tomorrow in the week, local Rapid tournament. First Saturday, GM and IM tournaments are really close to my house now. I'm not going to play, but this Rapid tournament is being held in conjunction with First Saturday in a way, because it's in the same venue. And so the Rapid tournament on Friday, I'm hoping tomorrow, First Saturday closed tournaments start on Saturday at the same place. For the first time, there's like a First Saturday and this Rapid tournament taking place together back-to-back Friday and Saturday. I'm hoping maybe we get a few players that are going to play in the First Saturday coming for the Rapid tournament, but there's like just really shitty prizes, so really only people who just want to play chess for rating, or love of the game are going to play, so I don't know. But at least there's a chance maybe there'll be someone over 2,100. Last couple tournaments, there's been nobody over 2,100, except for me. All right. Anyway, it's all about me. Me. No, I'm playing in a Rapid rated tournament tomorrow. 7 rounds, 10 plus 2. But our tournaments here on the stream are good. They're good practice. 10 plus 2, 7 round Rapid, really very similar to what we do here. And a similar strength of opponents, around 1,900, 2,000, 2,100 max. Anyway, this is Arsenal's game. Whoa, what just happened? MC Slurpin. Alright, so Arsenal 22 against 2105. Addy, this is from Tuesday's Blitz tournament, 5 plus 3. I've had very good results playing the Ross Limo. I know Arsenal has played other stuff in addition to the Open, but the Open seems to suit your style. Arsenal's pretty quick, and although he doesn't know tons of theory, I think his quickness, and relative practicality compensates. C takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight b5, d6, and now knight d5. So this is the question. You've got bishop g5, main line, the Caruana World Championship match, which featured knight d5 in so many games. And other than that, the only other thing white can do is a4. And a4, Pereni used to play, and my friend Emil, after Pereni, along with Judith Polgar, played bishop e3. This is considered to be like inferior. So that all that's left is a4, which Alexander Ivanov used to play. But basically, knight d5 became very trendy because of the match in 2018. Asprey, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub to Lord Auric. I didn't realize it's been so long. Well, I don't know if bishop g5 is tricky or, well, this forces simplification. So the trade of pieces is mandatory, and the structure changes to a very concrete one. With you no longer have the backward pawn in the standard sense. And when I was younger, I always thought this is not a big deal. Everybody says it's not a big deal. But I remember my friend Bill Kelleher playing it on a regular basis. You know, so I think that people who played this line, maybe they knew something. And Caruana, you know, probably followed the computer's advice, picking this up for the World Championship match. Also, it's a practical choice where the theory is less well explored than with Bishop G5. But anyway, here Black has this like pivotal decision to go with the knight back to E7 or B8. And we can look at the statistics here for a little bit of clarification. I mean, I know the top level players have played both. But I mean, I think now in today's era, we know which move is better. I mean, White's winning score after 97 is massive, with 38%. I think the problem is with this that there's a certain amount of conflict, you know, coordination conflict. Black gets a little more congested. So even though knight b8, and this was played, you could see twice by Carlsen, and actually, well, more, but in the World Championship match twice. Whereas knight b8 has been played, you know, also twice in the World Championship match. It's interesting that, I don't know if all the games are in there, but looks like he mixed it up, playing both. Good to be less predictable. But here Black's pieces still have some conflict, right? The knight's going to have to come through d7. Not easy to play Black here. You got to know what you're doing. Now, after knight b8, so if knight e7, right? Now you're supposed to play c4. And then Black can move the knight to g6 or f5. But on knight b8, this is the move that's overtaken. I mean, I assume that Arsenal knew this and just prefers to play c4. I mean, I think the problem with knight e7, it takes longer to unravel your king side. You got to move the knight again just in order to move your bishop. Knight b8, okay, all your pieces are on the back rank, but you know, your two moves and you're castled. Oh, alpha 0, yeah, that's not unbelievable, right? Could go to g8 in some positions. I didn't know that move 11. So the a4 looks really nice because when you play this, the knight just lingers out there, and eventually Black plays a6, and then oftentimes you bring your knight back to a3. And so rather than play for the traditional, like what we call the trash compactor, I mean, you'll always eventually play for a trash compactor with c5, C Star Wars. But knight a3, knight c4, bishop e3, and then clamp down on b6 square with stuff like a5. So you get a larger trash compactor, a larger, more powerful trash compactor, maybe with something like, you know, b4, c4, c5 even, a5. A giant pawn smile on, like, you know, d5, b4, c4. So I think this is computer generated to a degree. Why are there so many games with a4? I bet you there's a lot of correspondence games. Now that since this variation has been featured in that 2018 World Championship, I would be surprised if there weren't a chunky amount of correspondence games. I could be wrong, but I sort of doubt that there's 1,364 games that are non-correspondence. Matthew Sadler likes his alpha 0, huh? Alright, anyway, so knight b8, c4, the traditional move. Now Black can play either bishop e7 or a6. Yeah, I mean, I don't really study the Sveshnikov, especially for Black, so I would just want to get castled. It feels like bishop e7 is more constructive. Black plays a6 in this case. I I mean, is there any reason why you have to play a6 rather than bishop e7? Black's score seems to be significantly better with a6, even though it's a relatively small sample size. I don't really, honestly, quite understand why Black's score would necessarily be better. What can White do? Is there something concrete after bishop e7? c5 happens. Oh, are you saying you can do bishop e7 c5? Oh shit, this is a move. This is a real move. Well, there's a relatively recent game here, Firouzja Gukash from last year. The results look mixed. It feels almost too good to be true. This reminds me of like some variation of the Benoni, where White tries to play e5 real fast, and it just sort of, it ultimately maybe we're cashing in our chips here too quickly. Jeffrey, this may be dangerous, no doubt, but ultimately it may be maybe a case where White, it's a tricky line where we cash in our chips a little too quick with c5, but it's definitely interesting. See Firouzja Gukash for more information. So castles and a bunch of different moves have been tried, but bishop d3 the most common. Interesting. Looks like Black has to be very careful. Knight a6 was not played in the above game. Yeah, see, check this out. Kurt Stein, 2019, 25-22. I know Kurt Stein. He's a 2200 player. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, there are a lot of correspondence games in here. A lot. Those are basically computers playing against each other. But it rounds out, you know, it sort of fills out the statistics. Alright, so castles, whatever. So anyway, Black plays a6, he can dismiss this whole thing. No more knight a6, right? So it's simpler to play this. Yeah, I remember this being a move. Pichot versus Gukash. So Gukash has another Sveshnikov here. Westerine and Kramnik, 1992. So that's, I had a vague recollection of this being a thing. Looks like Black scored better with bishop d7, but it's a very small sample size. You can't trust the sample size of this magnitude. This actually looks like it might be a worthwhile line. The computer thinks that, wow, a delayed c5. So knight d7, now c5. So this is Pichot, whatever, Pichot Gukash. Westerine and Kramnik. Not a new idea. Well, here you go. You can try this next time, Arsenal. This looks, it's another way of blowing your money too quickly. Or insert other analogy. Cashing in your chips too quickly. Computer claims a pretty chunky 0.4 advantage. D takes c5, d6. So Gukash is unbeatable. Wow. A takes. Black sacks the exchange. And we're in Gukash land. c4. Alexander Karpov. That's like one of Arsenal's like Smurf accounts. Well, Gukash didn't play that. That's correspondence. Interesting stuff, though. This is really fascinating. Alright, anyway. So Queen a4 is an offbeat line. Back to Knight c3. Bishop e7. And now the proverbial question of where to put your bishop. I think with this sort of King's Indian structure, your bishop belongs on d3. What happens after bishop d7? Probably not the same thing in that line. Queen a3. Raging Spurt has a game from 2022, and this guy who lost for my team, playing one game 3 years ago, Siddharth Jagadish, he lost horribly against Fugarashi and then never played another match. I was playing board 2, subjugated to board 2 for Jagadish Siddharth, who just lost like a bunny against Fugarashi. I would have easily made a draw on board 1. Alright, anyway, that's a different story. Bishop e7. So this to me looks like the normal move, but the obvious drawback is that it can be attacked by e4. So that's the proverbial issue. There's a towel game here. Yeah, you can even play bishop e3, but I don't know. To me, that seems weird. Notice Andrei Karlov. He was on my Facebook friend suggestions today. No, that was someone else. Oh, different Russian Grandmaster. Sorry. Who's the guy? Dautov? No, Karlov was there. He was there. They were both there. Oh, that's odd. Both Dautov and Karlov were my Facebook friend suggestions today. Weird. Same age, Russian Grandmasters. I don't really know them. You know, I played Karlov once in Blitz in Las Vegas. Dautov lives in Germany. But this move seems weird to commit to that so early. So bishop e2, castles, and now f5. So is this where the Caruana Carlson like f4 g5 things? Is that the f4 g5 thing? You guys remember the World Championship game? The last time we had an interesting World Championship? You're not obligated to play f4. I mean, if black plays f4, he would weaken his white squares. It's possible that b4 right now would work. Well, if you play b4, black plays a5. There's a lot of similarity here with the King's Indian. And this is effectively a King's Indian. You can call it a Sveshnikov if you want to. It doesn't really matter. If you play b4, black's going to play a5. And you can't maintain your pawn, you know. You can't maintain your pawn. What about c5? No one's been crazy enough to play that. That just straight up loses a pawn. It's not losing a pawn, it's gaining a friend. If you play c5, we're going to take here and you're down a pawn. Oof. You have to sacrifice the second pawn. Trade queens and be down 2 pawns. No thank you. Alright. But you never know. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a new move. f4. So it's not this position where g5 is played. I know there was some position where g5 was played, but here your center would fall apart. Like, right? But not right away, maybe. So if black were to play g5, what happens? I just want to know. You know, inquiring minds want to know. What happens if black plays g5? Do I just take it like Kramnik and pretend I'm playing Kasparov? Do I turn into Korchnoi and start attacking black's king? Is that what happens there? I like take, and then rook f3 or something? Do Do you guys want to know how many games where G5 has been played? Anybody want to guess on lichess? I'm just going to go to lichess. 61. G5 has been played 61 times on lichess. Arsenal wants to play G4 because that's his personality. He wants to do the opposite of whatever you do, you know. This is Arsenal's like argumentative personality. If you play G5, I play G4. He'll just stake out the opposite claim of whatever you say just on principle, right? I saw one of my students has this rival at the chess club where he plays. The guy does that. He like argues literally every opposite of whatever you say. And he played my student and they had a game and he started doing these moves during the game. You can even anticipate what people are going to do. If I play G5, on principle Arsenal will play G4. Just because. Now, I would be concerned that one would take here, and despite the fact that black is trading off his bad bishop, the black king is not 100% safe. The question is, can we get in there, you know? Because if you trade and try the primitive rook f3, we'll have bad news. Black has f4. I wasn't sure about this, for example. But even more interesting, like king h8. So, wow, c5 novelty, bro. This works. Now it's time. How cool is that move? How does that even work, though? We're just going to jam that pawn. King h8, queen c2. This is subtle, man. What happens after queen e3 check? That's a good question. What's a pawn among friends? Wow, Wade has full development. Pretty wild shit. But let's see what the computer says after g5. So it isn't takes on g5. Very interesting stuff now. So it's takes on e5. Something major happening here. Takes on e5, takes on e5. And I didn't know this was as good as it is. So I looked this far. I calculated this and I figured f4. And so the point is you get to this point and now you're screwed. This looks exactly like one of those like Korchnoi variations of the King's Indian. So that's it, man. End of variation. White has perfect score. So f4 is not a good move for black. But what does he do? What does he have? Nothing special. You can't stop the trash compactor. Like, what if you try to play b6, for example? Bird and damage. Bird and damage just simply played a3. Knight a4 is even stronger. But I feel a theme happening here. Anyway, I just wanted to look at this, guys. We're going off piste here. I just wanted to look at g5. Arsenal played f4. And so this is still theory. And I talked about this during the stream when you showed the game. You mentioned the game move order in Tuesday's stream. How, you know, black played e4, and it's typically a mistake in the King's Indian. So I was reminded of Bobby Fischer playing the black side of classical King's Indian. The main thing is that black wants to take with a piece on e5. So I have a strong knight, or maybe even bishop, if bishop goes to f6 or something. So you see, that's the secondary move here, bishop f6. Udas and Kramnik, 1994. Yeah, Kramnik used to play the Sveshnikov. Knight d7 is the reliable move. So now what do? You have nothing better than like king h1. Always a useful move. Black plays bishop f6. Crazy cow. Krasenkow was at the World Senior. He got like kind of gypped. He got like gypped on tie breaks against Shabalov. Last year's World Senior. He's a weird guy though. He was really weird. He was wearing like a full like woolen like turtleneck sweater in like 90-degree heat. He's like a reptile or something. I think he's really like a reptilian. They would have had to cart me away to the emergency room. And he like wasn't even like sweating or anything. Krasenkov maybe wrote a book on Sveshnikov. Bishop f6. So this is like old school theory. But your opponent plays e4, and this is a mistake. So as I said before, if it's a King's Indian, if my pawn is like here, like I tried to cheat in my game from the World Senior 2 years ago, where I made an illegal move, like doing the wrong en passant. I put the pawn down in the wrong place. If I put the pawn down on c5 instead of on b7, then maybe this position is pretty good for black. You know, if you have a pawn on c5, then I think this e4 is tons better. But this square is often very, very useful for white. You can put a piece on d4. It can be a bishop. It can be a queen. It can be the knight transferring back to d4. But most important of all, you can blockade his pawns with bishop e3. And that's Nimzovich, right? But most important of all is the Farago Ivan Reshevsky, you know, King h1 and g4, which I learned from The Art of Positional Play by Reshevsky, but also watching grandmasters like Ivan Farago play White Side of the King's Indian and stuff. If g4, you're going to blow up the center, and if your king's on h1, it's relatively safe. If he plays g6, he's endangered on the long diagonal and the g file. He'll have to play king h8, try to play g6. I would say it's even possible that, you know, some scenario would arise where you play g4, black played g6, and you even played g5, and then alpha 0, move 11 would because move 11 is Mr. AI now. He's going to an AI conference to meet Alpha 0 live. G4, G5, and then H4, H5 might actually be pretty cool. You take a look at what? Queen B6 idea? Where, now? Are you serious? Yeah, I would think that Queen B6 would be a nothing special type of move because you're kind of forcing white to do what he needs to do. But I guess there's some like pressure on B2, prevents bishop E3. Maybe rook F3. I don't trust. You know, I don't trust. Not here. Oh, okay, okay. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, all right. Yeah, another line. Anyway, let's move along. All right, E4 mistake. Black should play knight D7. And then I recommend king H1. And then black plays bishop F6. And then, you know. I would think you would do the normal type of stuff. What happens here? So black uses the E5 square now. Monica Sacco versus Krasenkov, 2010. Yuri Yakovich against Naf. Bishop takes F4. See, we're not here to play the Nimzo. Someone did that, dude. Jesus Christ. Knight E5. Or even bishop E5. But it looks like knight E5 is standard. Alright, anyway. So E4 mistake. bishop e3, knight d7, and now you play b4. Nothing wrong with b4. On bishop f6, you have rook c1. On a5, you have a3. This move, I have a problem with this move. I don't understand what this move does. Knight f6 is like making a move, say making a move. Okay, maybe you have a King's Indian type of thing where you go back to e8. The only thing I can think of with knight f6 is the coming back, the second coming, you know. He wants to win the bishop pair. Okay, that's irrelevant in this position. In fact, it helps you. I think the only useful point of this move would be to go back to e8 to try to hold the like base of the pawn chain, something like that. So after the text move, I mean, black needs to find some active counterplay. I mean, first of all, he should probably play a5, like right now, immediately, without any further ado. He should play a5, forcing you to play a3, trade pawns, and try to gain some sort of counterplay, you know, maybe on the a file. But I mean, clearly, you know, white has a huge advantage. But maybe it's not totally hopeless for black. I would think that. You know, he's not getting in b5 because you just kill him with the roller. So he plays rook e8. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to have a plan. What is this, to play bishop f8? Maybe not the worst move. And then, so, the trash compactor. Right. And he's got no way of dealing with the trash compactor. Well, I don't know if his plan was to play knight f6 or if he had a plan at all, Arsenal. I would think he didn't really have a plan. He just played a move because his knight was on d7. He thought f6 is a better square. Now I would play bishop f8 if I were him. Or as I said earlier, maybe it's not too late to do, like, I mean, there's some problems here. Like, I mean, all hell could be breaking loose at any moment. Something like knight a4. Who knows? Because you now have this. I mean, this could be a thing, although it probably doesn't work here. You still do a3, I think. But this is a total catastrophe. And if he's not going to do that, you know, maybe he should just play bishop f8. But then the question becomes, in addition to, you know, stuff like this, you might just be able to ram this pawn down his throat. Now, if you're playing Dr. None or whatever, you have to be careful because maybe, you know, the guy can make this work somehow. I mean, you're going to have to calculate whether you can allow, let's say, that pawn to advance or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if you even had something like bishop c4, sacking a pawn. I don't even know if this is a pawn sack. This actually looks really strong. Like maybe bishop c4 for real, and then he has to take, and you take with the knight, and he might be lucky that he has bishop e6. But actually even that looks bad after this move, and some fork with like knight c7. So black's already kind of past the point of no return, I think. King h8, yeah, maybe king h8 is objectively best. Yeah, good suggestion. So let's say king h8, probably the best try. You can just build up, you know. Even if you just play a quiet move like a3, I mean, whatever. You're clearly better. But every moment you have to consider c6, knight a4, maybe just queen d2, double up behind the pawn. But he goes here, this makes it easy for you. I think this is a bad strategic exchange. Because you're now, you know, it's not about the bishop pair, you're trading your bad bishop. This is your bad bishop. It's like a Marazzi sort of bad bishop typically here. And now additionally you have f5. Not to mention that his pawns are broken. Okay, still, if you can't break through, you know, maybe his bishops could be an asset. I just don't think that it's a great bishop pair. The other thing is, like, your bishop's quite strong. If he goes here, for example, bishop f6, you can trade it off with bishop d4. No more bishop pair, you know. Queen b3. This is a normal move. It's a blitz game. You can't take too much time. But I kind of wanted to meet bishop f6 with bishop d4. And you could have taken this pawn. And you're aware that you could take this pawn, but you get pinned along the open file. And, like, I don't think that Nimzovich would take that pawn either. The pawn is actually your friend. f5 is an interesting move, though. Because it isolates this pawn on g4. The pawn is a human shield. Mr. Ram down the throat. Throw down the goat. Mr. Throw down the goat. Call us at 855-5557 for more information. Ram it down my goat. With 2015. It was a good year. That was the end of my online poker career. F takes g4. And then queen b3. Okay, queen b3 isn't bad. He should play king h8, obviously. He plays this instead. And now, speaking of Dr. Nunn, he played c6. Alright, so now maybe black needs to very seriously consider taking what if he takes and plays bishop e6? You have an extremely dangerous passed pawn, but you know you're probably going to have to play knight d5. Not forced, but it's still not like black is clearly lost. It's plus 3.7. Enough for Magnus, but not in a blitz game. It's a very strong pawn. I still don't think it's that easy. I guess you have f5. Now, I'd be very happy and say you're completely winning if he trades. You know, this is. But with that pin and stuff, you're gonna have to be careful. You know, you're gonna have to be careful. Reinforce the knight first. Very patiently start advancing your queenside pawns. A4, b5, and then it's over. Just that's the plan. Reinforce this here, and then play a4, b5, and the two connectors. He's done. And there's your bishop pair, right? So there's your bishop pair. It helps a lot, really, in this position. No, not really. It's not a big deal, you know, here. Your knight's a little stronger than a bishop. Anyway, okay. King h8, a4. a4 is a good move. B takes c6, takes, bishop e6. So you transpose, basically, to the exact position we just said. And now this doesn't matter. So you might as well resign if your move is rook c8 here. But I just don't think he has any other good moves. I think the computer was looking at stuff like g3, no? When we flicked on the engine. That's how desperate black is in this position. It's just like giving away random pawns for the sake of delaying the inevitable. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, he's done after rook c8. So you did what I said. Reinforcing, he takes, queen takes, game over. Very, very nice. You didn't give him any counterplay. You didn't allow any kind of compensation, any kind of counterplay. b6 over, yeah. Even coolly playing king f2. Oops. And then finally, Rook c8. Nice. All right. Perfect game. Basically a perfect game by Arsenal. For all intents and purposes. That was more or less a perfect game, I think. What would I criticize you for? Maybe maybe some minor inaccuracy somewhere, you know, where he could have tried to play a5 or something. Okay, great game. So, just in time, Mr. Ramadan the Goat is here. We were holding the game for you because I knew you might be along, Mr. Ramadan the Goat. It's Leonid Stein versus Yefim Geller. And we're going from Geller's side. This is Geller's. This is not Stein. This is Geller. This is Geller's study. But I want to say that Leonid Stein was a tremendous player. And obviously, we talked about this recently. Ramadan Goat. Yeah, goat's delicious. I've had goat, but only, actually, I think I had goat at an Indian restaurant, but just Indian. Making me hungry again. So, but you confused me. Oh, Leonid Stein. Yeah, Mark Ginsburg told me this story that, did you know this, Mr. Slow, that apparently, like, Stein died by accident, and the Soviets tried to cover it up, like in 1970 or whenever he died. He was in the hospital for something routine, and the nurse, like, injected his vein with air, and he died, and the nurse was sent to, like, Siberia, and they tried to pretend like he had, like, a heart attack or something. Yeah, they covered it up, or tried to cover it up. Like, he didn't really, like, die of natural causes. He died, what was he, like, he wasn't even 50, in his 40s. They badly infused him, yeah. So the original reaction, of course, from the Soviets was a cover-up. But I don't know how. Eventually, maybe the truth didn't, I don't know, I have to ask Mark when it was revealed. Maybe the truth didn't come out till after. I don't know when the truth was revealed. Tragedy. Alright, so anyway, luckily he hadn't visited the hospital yet. And this game was played in 1966. Don't trust your Soviet hospitals. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop E5, A6, bishop A4, knight F6, castles, and now bishop E7. So this is classical. Classical Roy Lopez. Well, Stein was a great player. My favorite is his handling of the black side of the Sicilian. He played a lot of classical Richter Rousers with black. What else? King's Indian, right? One of the greats. Actually, both of these guys were two of the greatest King's Indian experts. Yeah. Two of the most influential players on the black side of King's Indian. Definitely. Anyway, so rook e1. I mean, I think it's safe to assume that they both are extremely well trained in the Roy Lopez, the classical Roy Lopez like this. You know, like Swayton talks about it. What other book am I thinking of? Oh, you know, Swayton has one of my favorite books, Modern Chess Opening Theory. I don't know what that's in German, and that's always been one of my favorite books. And in the end of the book, Swayton has this chapter that's basically like it's like a course, a little mini course on the Roy Lopez, and he believed, like Swayton believed, that the Roy Lopez was the most important opening to study. And I think these guys were trained in the same way, you know, that Soviets believed this Swayton sort of school, that the classical Roy Lopez, maybe because of Chigorin, I don't know, you know, it was like really like a religion. the most important opening. But bishop b3, castles, now a very unusual move by white. Well, let's say somewhat unusual move, d4. So I would assume that normally Stein wouldn't do this, you know. This looks like a sort of surprise choice, or, you know, maybe there's some concrete variation he's going for. Do you think that's mainly from studying old masters? They both had an incredible record, yeah. Do you think that mainly from studying old masters? Yeah, I mean, they studied all the classics, but they also studied, you know, opening theory pretty heavily. But I think that the tradition of Chigorin, you know, in the Russian school probably had an influence on the, I don't know, I'm just guessing, I would think, on the Rodopez. But d4 is unusual. So black, I remember seeing John Fedorovich have a game where he was black, oddly enough. That's weird. Why would John be playing the black side of Rodopez anyway? He just wanted to draw. So d4 takes e5, right? This is a main line. This looks like it's not so good. So that's not what you're supposed to do. Well, this is really shocking for me. The black's main response is d6. I for sure thought it must be one of the captures. The statistics for knight takes d4 are best. Pomniachi, Aronian, Anand, Leiko, Aronian 3 times. Yeah, maybe I was thinking of this line. Maybe it was knight takes d4, knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, e5, knight e8. It must have been this. And if white takes back, if black tries to play the Noah's Ark trap, queen e4. Wow, knight c7, black's never lost a single game with. Smyslov, 1974. Holmov, another player who was expert as black on the Rodopez. So this is interesting. Knight c7 has never lost in 9 games. But anyway, okay, that's not what happened in this game. So interestingly, I don't know, you know, what does Magnus play? Well, you can just transpose to a normal Lopez after d6. So this seems like the worst option. This trades pieces. By the way, knight takes e5. We'll just give up the bishop pair. Oh, this is an actual move. Wow. Now this is right up Arsenal fans' alley. A move only Arsenal fan would play. Bishop takes f7. Asterbait would play it too. This is a real move. Knight takes d4. Bishop takes f7. I'd never looked at this. Knight takes f7. Rook takes f7. Knight takes e5. Rook f8. My God, like everything's possible here. There's a game going back to 89. That's disturbing. Rook f8 is basically like forced. Wow. The computer prefers king takes. Knight takes e5 check. And then go back. Kamsky Anand, 2009. Leiko, multiple games. This is weird stuff. Leiko used to play the Sveshnikov in the old days. I don't know when he started playing e4, e5. somewhere when he became really strong. I'm not sure who was his influence there. I'd like to know, though. It was because of Dorian that he played the Sveshnikov originally. But I'm wondering who he worked with to play e4, e5 to switch. Anyway, this stuff is not important, okay? It's not critical. c3 is the best move for white. d4 is unusual, and then Geller just plays d6, transposing back into the main line. But the thing is now white has to play c3. c3 is the only move I can play for advantage here. There's an interesting novelty, a4. Can you see the mini board when I do that? Can you guys see the mini board, or do I just see that? Yeah. See the mini analysis board when I click on the line? It's a useful feature. A4 is a novelty. Looks like, maybe not. It looks like it's not been played. Something Alyakin would play. What's wrong with knight c3? Loses. Doesn't knight c3 go right into like a Noah's Ark trap? Well, you can sack a pawn. No, it's black's. Oh, knight c3 right away. Knight c3, Noah's Ark trap. You'll have to sack a pawn. You can't take back on d4. You're getting Noah's Ark trapped. You have to play this. But then you're not getting your pawn back, I guess, after c5. That's unclear. So anyway, alright. So back to the main line sideline, c3. Now bishop g4. By the way, I'd like to mention that black has alternatives. Rook e8, bishop b7, e takes d4. Yeah, e takes d4 I've seen from time to time. Kamsky Lenderman, oof. That's an old one. That was when Lenderman was still young. Yeah, so basically bishop g4. I'm surprised there's no other move that's almost ever played here with any regularity. Knight e5 drops the central pawn. Short played bishop c2? No. Wow. I don't understand this, really. If white has to play bishop c2, is knight a5 really a mistake? But I would think you have to defend the e5 pawn. So knight d7. Dry glove. It's much better for white, apparently. Alright. Not clear 100%. Anyway, this is main line. Mr. Sloan knows that. We know this is main line. And now white has two choices at least. Main line is bishop e3. d5 is secondary variation. And then there's a4, which was played like, I think a4 might have been played in like some old Schlechter, like Schlechter Steinitz. I don't know. You know, there has to be some really old games with the a4. It doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? I mean, black's putting pressure on the center and increasing the pressure on d4, and a4 is like ignoring it, you know? There's something very strange about that doesn't feel quite right. So, that's why most people play bishop e3. This, of course, is well known. You can't take the pawn because you get skewered by bishop d5. But let me see now. This is an interesting trap. What's the final word here? Speaking of Alexander Ivanov, I remember seeing him have a game in this line. This is known, huh? Queen d7, bishop takes e4, d5, bishop takes h7, check, king takes h7, d takes e5, queen f5, Camper van Beethoven. Whatever happened to Camper van Beethoven? Never hear about him anymore. He probably became a stock analyst or something. It's hard to make a living as a Dutch chess player. It's even worse than being an American chess player. Or Scandinavian. So, no, that's interesting. You know, you can actually take this pawn. Anyway, that's another reason why I think a lot of people like playing d5. So d5, knight a5, bishop c2, and then c6. And there's also the ultra subtle queen c8 with the idea of c6. So I think that's pretty cool. All right, anyway. So our game features d5 indeed. Black plays knight a5. This is the line, bishop c2. And now Geller does play c6. But this move makes incredible sense. The problem with d5 for white is that it's accessible. And this is the downside of white playing this d5. When I saw Alex Ivanov play this with white one time, he I think he was playing Elvest, or maybe, yeah, it was something like Elvest, I don't remember. And he drew. White basically takes on c6 at some point, and then just tries to keep control of d5. It becomes a Sicilian after this, essentially, from a strategic perspective. Guys, don't forget the hype train. Don't forget to hit the hype train. We have 11 viewers. That's more than enough. I might need a hospitalization for dehydration. I hope they don't inject me with air. All right. No, this is a good solid line for black. I think it's pretty much like between 0 and 0. Between 0 and 0.1 advantage to white after c6, but queen c8 might be even better. So I wasn't sure if white's supposed to take on c6 or not. You can see, oh, here's the game. Wow, the second highest rated game that's ever happened. So d takes c. Oh shit, that's a different game. Oh no, Mr. Slow. Stein lived to 71. Yeah, he died in what, like, later. I don't remember what year. Alright, later in the 70s. It could have been as late as 1980. I don't remember when Stein passed away. Maybe it could have even been as late as 82, actually. But it was definitely before I started playing competitive chess. The Stein passed away. I don't remember the exact year. So it looks like they have another game from 71 where white played d takes c. And that's pretty crazy that that's the second highest rated average rating game where this position has arisen. That's like unbelievable. So apparently it's important for white to throw in this h3. It makes the black bishop commit. And here's the thing, like, black shouldn't get their bishop trapped out on h5. This is useful for Arsenal fan who has done that before. Bishop g4 it's just a semi-bluff. We don't really want to give up our light score bishop. 73? Oh shit. So he was alive when I was alive. when we were alive for a very brief time. H3. So this is a move, bishop c8. And there's a subtlety here. When white takes on c6, you can play like queen c7, can't you? Yeah. See, this is the move. Isn't that cool? This is a modern move. It goes back to, well, oddly, the oldest game is 2005. No, 2003. Mosesi and Spidler. But I would assume there must be older games. Oh, yeah. Kamsky and Nan, 1996. So, but the other thing is you can go to, I thought you could go to D7 as well. No, I think the line's pretty solid for black. You don't necessarily want your knight going to c6. The bottom line is, I guess the knight is better on like c4, b6. You definitely don't want your knight on b7. And especially not with a white pawn on b4. Oh, there's this trap. Yeah, dude. Oh no, this happened in Becerra Fedoseev. That's why bishop d7 is bad. Where could Becerra have played Fedoseev? And how is Becerra still 25-31 in 2018? He's like 2400 now. That was only 7 years ago. Where would he have played Fedoseev? What is that, like some chess.com game? I mean, that can't be a real tournament, can it? Yeah, of course. Chess.com. Chess.mom. Not a real game. Anyway, so Fedoseev allowed this, but it's okay, apparently. D takes e5, d6. Oh, we transposed to another variation. Wow, that's crazy. Bogayabov variation. And now h6 is best. Better to avoid all this, man. Look at the score. It's terrible for black. So just play bishop c8. So bishop c8 is clearly the best. And this is played too. Bishop takes f3. But there you're flirting with white having a strong light square bishop. After bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, pawn takes d5. It looks like a Najdorf now. Yeah, I guess it's a Najdorf. So it's actually not so bad. A4. Kamsky Ivana, 2009. Bronstein Geller, 1975. So even later, Geller would have the same variation, but play bishop takes f3 against Bronstein. Interesting. So he does this thing again. Bishop takes f3. So this was the first example. So I'm saying I prefer bishop c8. Because I've studied with the engine. But Stockfish has a cool idea here. It's actually looking at queen b6 novelty, which goes back to Westerinen from 1990. Knight h4. And then queen takes c6. And the idea is to put pressure on the e4 pawn. Totally different approach, though. I like this bishop. You know, I don't know. I'm kind of biased. I like my good bishop. I don't really like trading it for the knight on f3. But it is a way of creating imbalance in the position. Bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, c takes d5, e takes d5, and now rook c8. I have a question about this. What about b3? You know, can he play b3? It's been played successfully by White. Lothar Vogt against Geller, 1991. So this is kind of Geller's pet variation. Chishkovsky Kuzma, 1977. A few years after this game was played. You're saying what? Knight FD7? Yeah, of course Knight FD7 is a move in some positions, but I don't think we want to be doing that without being careful. There's not anything on this diagonal. But we always have G6. You know, it's true. G6, Black being able to play G6 is going to nullify that light square bishop. You know, so I don't think that we're in that much trouble. True. But you could even play this. But you can't play bishop G5 because of queen H5. So you're going to have to make some kind of preparatory move. If your plan is to do something like bishop G5, you're going to need to play G6 first anyway. The main move that seems to be played is this, of course. The D5 pawn is kind of weak. You know, like in some lines of the Roy Lopez, White actually sacrifices that pawn to create like light square attacking potential. So I could see a situation where Stein actually maybe even like gives up his D5 pawn. I don't think that White should cling to that pawn necessarily. So this is André Ding Liren from 2019, but it's been played by numerous strong players. Karpov. This is Romanish and Karpov, 1976. So I just don't really love Rook C8, but I wonder if Black's thinking about B4. Or is it just a matter of, is it about B4, or is it just a matter of like surrounding the D5 pawn with Rook C5? No, I think we're going to get into one of those situations where if Black tries too hard to try to win that pawn on D5, we may walk into a situation, well, for example, Rook C5 doesn't work because of B4. You know, I have to play Knight C4 first. But we might walk into a situation where taking that pawn gives White play on the light squares. So Black has to be very careful on the light squares. Judith Polgar Geller, 1992. Rook C8. Computer doesn't like this move. 92. Now, as I said, I think B3 is interesting, but it's also counterintuitive because it makes this pawn even weaker on C3. Look at this diagonal, for example. B3 is very like G6. Like Arsenal's talking about type of stuff. Bishop H6, Rook E8, Bishop F8, traded R square bishops. It's a Najdorf. Interestingly, White won both games here. But I don't know. You know, White's not that much better, I don't think. Good luck. Like losing 4 coin flips in a row. Very typical for me. So, after 92, Geller just plays G6. This is a standard move. And Beliavsky, Geller. Roberto Watanabe. I don't know who that is. Watanabe, is that like Japanese? Roberto? Right. G6, Bishop D3. So this is where it starts to get weird. For me, you know, Bishop D3. I don't think that White should be afraid to give up the D5 pawn. But what's the idea? Like if you play A4, maybe Black has B4. It looks reasonable. But I don't know, Bishop D3 seems kind of odd. But I guess that's the plan, you know. It's the plan. The plan is to play A4. Yeah, what's so odd about that? Makes sense. I'm sorry. The only one spamming chat. No, I just don't have any viewers. It's not your fault. Dude, you're just smarter than the average people, dude. It's not. Don't be sorry. I mean, you're one of the only people here who's actually learning. So the others should be sorry, not you. And interacting is the key. You and Mr. Slow, Asturbate's there watching. This kind of game can teach you a lot. This is the kind of stuff everybody needs to study. Master level games like this. These are two brilliant players. And it looks like all the plays on the queen side, it's the Sicilian suddenly knight h5. Another advantage of g6. But I think that Black's decision to give up the bishop on f3, right? He has no bad pieces. This is his bad piece, right? Theoretically. But how bad... You're in awe of the analysis, Mr. Slow. Not enough to donate. He has to flatter me too. This bishop, is it a bad piece? It's a hell of a good defender. Plus, it's a plus defender. But we also have like bishop g5. I don't think it's a bad piece. That's not a bad bishop anymore. This is a pretty good bishop. It's an active bad bishop. You could also see bishop d8, bishop b6, knight orf. This is a knight orf for all intents and purposes. a4. And guess what? My queen's protecting that. So black plays f5, protected by the rook. Now I'm threatening e4, winning a piece. So white takes. Holy Batman. So this is where everything starts to hit the fan, you know. But what Stein didn't have to let this get out of control. White's letting it get kind of out of control. So what's the point? e4. It looks like black's winning a piece. So what does he do? He just basically, he sacrifices a piece. White just decides to sacrifice a piece. I mean, we can go back a couple moves here and say, okay, it all starts with bishop there. Judith played b4. No. Oh, Judith played knight f1. More of a stereotype move. Everyone else played b4. And this game is not in there for some reason. Everyone else played b4. No one else lost. This is the only game that black has won in this variation that we can find. Bishop d3. So this is a bit slow. The bishop's more exposed here. And now, boom. a4 is also not necessary. But I mean, does white want to play like g3 to stop knight f4? You're still going to get f5'd. And you're still going to be facing the threat of... You're still going to be facing the threat of e4. But it's like, why the hell did you play bishop d3 if you're just going to get forked by these pawns? Sextectron says instead of knight h5, why not queen b6? Well, knight h5 is a move that's connected to, like, I would think more broader type of ideas. Queen b6. What does queen b6 do? It protects the pawn chain at b5 and a6. But with knight h5, you have a combination of things. Bishop g5, f5, knight f4. It's like a bird spreading its wings, you know. Plus you get the satisfaction of having your knights literally like, you know, two giant vultures. a4, f5. I mean, it's a standard Sicilian motif. So basically white sacks a piece. e4, knight takes e4. Everybody's happy. You know, black wins a piece. White gets to play aggressively. But I mean, what do we got? Bishop pair and 3 pawns for a piece. There's also the e6 square, which is very weak. I mean, black's position looks rickety, and it was enough for Stein to go for this. I mean, we got 3 pawns and active pieces, so white should be fine, right? Yeah, like Arsenal's talking about bishop h4. Looks unclear. I'm coming up with blanks. If bishop h4, there's a check on e6. It doesn't seem to do a lot. I would assume that white would likely play. We're going to likely see g3. Although that's not forced either. White could just play. He could just play bishop e3. I mean, ultimately, it may be quite a complicated game. Black ends up like taking back on b5 or something, and yes, situation is unclear. White's pieces are really scary, though. But he has this move that I guess everybody maybe underestimated. Knight b3. What's 4 pawns when you've already sacked 3? Or whatever, you know, what difference is it if your opponent has 4 pawns or 3 pawns for a piece? So the point is what, knight c5? Oh no. Yeah, one gets the feeling that this move was overlooked. I didn't see it. After staring at the board for like 2 minutes. Because we're attracted to bishop h4. I would have seen it, I guess, if I was clear-headed, but still. It didn't jump out at me because it hasn't been there. You know, it just appeared. He has to play rook takes a6. And then I was expecting knight c5. But it may not be enough, huh? I really don't understand what's going on after knight c5. Maybe white doesn't care about the rook on a6. But, you know, what about the bishop on d3? If you take on here, I have an idea. Well, this is pretty nasty. You guys see? See the problem here? We could trade queens and then take on b3, d3. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on here? White's totally winning. Wow. He's a piece down and totally winning after bishop e3. The pawns are just too strong, and rook's on the 7. Our extra knight on h5, huh? So, you know, it's even possible that Stein saw this. But black does not do that. He takes on c1. Four pawns for a piece. But now it's suddenly like dark squares versus light squares. Which is dynamic and imbalancing. Now the bishop h4. But I mean, the key difference here is that white has 4 pawns for a piece, but with opposite color bishops, the position remains, you know, like a free-for-all. It doesn't matter if white has 2 pawns or 5 pawns for a knight, because the situation is very, very much like both sides are playing for an attack on their color complex. Who's counting pawns? You know, I'm attacking on dark squares, you're counting on the light squares. This might not make it to an endgame. So ultimately, No, a computer is always big on pieces. Rook c2. And now rook c7. That's such a quiet move. Nothing violent. You know, we're just threatening like rook e7. Maybe that's such a big deal. Even if you get a check on the back rank. Well, now the queen's attacking h4, so. With g3, he has queen takes h4. White ends up with this crappy bishop on b3, blocked by his pawn on b5. So now black plays bishop takes, sacking back. No snackbacks. 3 pawns for a piece. There goes your structure. This poor bishop never did anything. It's a loser. Trump bishop. It's a taco bishop. It always chickens out. All right, what's the problem? Dark squares takes, and now we're just as you're expecting knight takes. Remember, white always has a check here on e6. Just when you're expecting rook e7 or knight takes g3, he comes up with a different move here. So all 4 of these pieces are coordinated a coordinated attacking force. And it doesn't fucking matter how many white queenside pawns there are on b2, c3, and b5. You can have 5 pawns over there. It just doesn't matter. But that's it. We never even got the check in on e6 or anything. He does g4. This is really sad. g4. Oh, rook e7. Queen d4. And then another move like you're expecting, knight f4. Knight g3. He sneaks in there with queen h4. Always a sneaky move. So this sets up the brutal mate. If pawn takes knight, queen g3 check, rook g2, and then rook here. So queen h4, rook a1, guarding the back rank. Check, check, takes, check. And now if black doesn't have a mating attack, white wins. Bishop f1 not possible. So it's king h2 or king g2. If king g2, queen g3 check is possible. Either way, queen g3 check is coming. And then grand. Oh no. And if rook h2, oh, that's sick. If rook h2, rook f1 check. Look at that. Oh no, look. Check, check, check. Here, and check. So king g1, only move. And white is up 2 pawns. White is up 2 pawns. Everything's g4 is protected. All the white's pieces are protected. What could possibly go wrong? All of his pieces are protected. Knight g3. Checkmate ends the game. So there's literally no way to stop queen h1 mate. Resigns. Yeah, nice finish. Yeah. Alright guys, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Be right back. Start flooding us with donations and Hype Train. We'll be back in exactly 2 minutes. All right, now we got to remind everybody we're going to be back tomorrow with Blitz, a short Blitz stream. I have Rapid Tournament tomorrow afternoon. Rapid Tournament tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. CEST, my time. I'm going to play a little Rapid Tournament, and so we've got lessons, short stream tomorrow, some Blitz warm-up games at 12 noon. So if anybody would like to be here, hang out with me tomorrow at 12 noon. I'll be back. But we do have more for you in store here. So reduce Arsenal fan, we already did. Reduce Nefidov, Sun Prism. Let's start with Sun Prism, Shocky. Whoever's here will do their games first. If you're here, have no fear. Nefidov's always late. Well, it's my one thermostat says it's 33, but here it's more like 36 degrees Celsius. How's Germany? I bet it's better in Germany. A real savage. Fisher in a seance. We need to have that for Halloween. Alright, we'll get an AI Geller fired up for Halloween. Maybe we can have a seance. AI chess, dead chess player seance. Okay, this is Sun Prism with black. So let's take a look. We're playing the French. Not as hot in Germany. 30, it's cool, 36. We're coming in here at 96 degrees Fahrenheit. It's cooler on the street, but I'm on the roof. And it's hotter up here. Air conditioning guys, they screwed me over and they're not going to be here for another 3.5 weeks or 4 weeks. So I'm going to be dying. You guys are going to witness me like losing weight in the sauna for the next 3 to 4 weeks. D5, I'm not complaining. You know, just if you guys want to pitch in some donations for the hype train. We got Gypsy999 with 6 gift subs. Astrobate with 4, Senchess with 1 this week. E5 advanced variation. Oh, this is for you, Mr. Slow. Mr. Slow, by the way, you're lucky you didn't get victimized. Celsius, 36. 35 now. Yeah, you're lucky, Mr. Slow, you didn't get victimized by Sun Prism this week. You could have easily picked your... Wasn't it you? You had some games? Alright, C5, C3. Morales also played the Gambit. Knight C6, and then... Okay, so Sun Prism's opponent played A3. What Bishop E3 is the Kuprejcik variation. Sungi. I have a friend named Chongi. And my screen name is Slaggy. But Sungi is new. So this is Kuprejcik. And typically like... oh, you know, in like Knight F3, Queen B6. Bishop E2. What am I thinking of? No, there's the A3 variation there. Right. After Queen B6. But what I'm not familiar with is this. I mean, it seems strange. Igor Glek with black. Getting an awful lot of Igor Glek games today. A3 right away. So after Queen B6... That would just like transpose, wouldn't it? Wouldn't Queen B6 just transpose? Nobody played C4 here. A5 doesn't feel right either. But Sun Prism plays C takes D. Now that's very strange. 29 games. master level games, and no one played c takes d. That's really odd. I mean, do you have some kind of queen h4? Once in a while, you might have some sort of queen h4, queen e4 check, but it doesn't. That doesn't feel right. You know, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I got this from this is a little tip. I was inspired by the great coach Jacob Agard, who's been, you know, mentioned in a lot of blogs. I really love lichess blogs. They're very reliable, and you know, if a move isn't good, it might be bad. So if c takes d4 isn't good, if it doesn't have a purpose, it's likely bad. Another deep thought brought to you by Jacob Agard. No, but seriously, this move, what do we get from this move? What are we getting from this move? C takes d4. What are we gaining from this? We're giving white the c3 square for his knight. What are we getting in return? Right. I want to know what we're getting for it in return. A clearer target on d4. Perhaps. Is it worth it, though? You know, we can only attack it once, and it will be defended. And then by the time we get around to attacking it again, the dude's going to be on c3. And by the time we attack it the fourth time, he's kicking our ass out of here with knight a4. And that's absolutely kind of standard sequence in the advanced French. The open C file, but that's a good question. Whose open C file is this anyway? So, I don't know, but Agard is like an expert on tension. He said that you shouldn't release the tension unless you get something for it, but that's fucking brilliant. I have nothing personally against him, but I'm just mocking people, you know, and it gives me pleasure. People release the tension because they can. That's why they release the tension. Tension makes them nervous. You know, a serious consideration here, which has oddly never been played, is c4. I would think. I mean, it is played in the knight f3, queen b6 variation. There could be an argument that say, well, the f pawn's not blocked, so he has like direct access to this immediate f4 f5 plan. Anyway, I'm just saying that c4 is an option. I'm surprised it's never been played. If you go to lichess Opening Explorer, boom, it's been played 20,000 times. I think after a3 and c3, you could probably justify playing c4. It's not everybody's cup of tea, and also releases the tension. So what I'm looking for here is a move that doesn't release tension, improves our position, is not maximally committal. I think knight h6 probably. You know, after a3, I'm talking. Oddly, knight h6 hasn't been played either. One problem with a3 is that white's plan will be to play b4. But what's wrong with knight h6? I played a lot of 3am defenses, e4, knight h6, where we get people taking that with the bishop. That would be good. I don't think there's a concrete problem with knight h6. Is there? The best move for white seems to be b4. And now, this is very controversial. C takes d4, bishop takes h6. G takes h6, c takes d4. Queen b6. I almost can't believe there's no games here. Knight f3. Boom. I was going to say, I can't believe there's no games here, and there it is. We transpose back. So we transpose back into a form of the normal knight f3, a3. White doesn't have any other moves, right? queen, 92. Okay, that's just bizarre. So anyway, like, look at all the different moves black played here. F6. Swap played F6. But I mean, Nimzovich looking down on us. Maybe Swat's got something. He couldn't beat a 2200 in his prime back in 2002. Okay, we all have those days when he couldn't beat the 2200. So interestingly, if F4, now we play knight H6. Like, enhanced knight H6 where there is no bishop takes H6. That's pretty cool. So rather than releasing the tension, we create more tension with F6. I like it. I like it. All right, anyway. So we have various options here, but you're the only one to play this. And now knight C3 is going to be an asset for white. There is one game from 1993. You could still play F6. I think that A3, it's slow and so it justifies things that wouldn't normally be possible. But you'd definitely be better off not playing C takes D. So here, there's a very strong likelihood we're going to transpose back in some kind of main line. Knight F3, Bishop D7, and now B4. We did. We did. My friend Kostic had a game like this against Hazna Daraglu, but I think the move order was different. It must have been knight F5, Bishop B2, Queen B6. This is a known thing. Because sometimes you have this trick of going knight A5 and going in there to C4 because the bishop on B2. But what you did doesn't look right. Unless you're going to do the John Spielman here, which shockingly was played by Yusupov twice. Wow. That's hardcore. Damn. And Hans Joachim Hecht. Mr. Slow. One of Mr. Slow's personal favorites. What the heck was he thinking when he played knight C8? It's a German thing. We have this Grandmaster Proashka, who I always thought of as like a very run-of-the-mill player. Became 2600. Well, he was. He loves playing knight C8 in the Karo Khan. It always makes me sick. I hate playing knight C8. But alright, A6 is wrong. This is a serious mistake. This is very committal. And now, if a knight gets in here, playing A6 is going to cost you because it's going to be harder for you to get anything out of there with B6. You should try to keep maximum flexibility. The best move is definitely knight F5. You're putting pressure on D4. Sometimes they will play this. They don't always play bishop B2. So you can see here, Sergei Movsesian against Gurevich. There's some reasonable games. The bishop can be played to E3. Oh man, was that for real? Bishop E3, B5. Check this out. I know, you really have to be like a hardcore French player to play this. That's some crazy shit right there. Why play A6 when you can play B5? The Nimzovich trap. You know, obviously bishop takes b5, and they take c5. Steven Jukic. Not to be confused with Stefan Juric. Alright. Anyway, a6, very bad move. Bishop e2. And now knight f5. Well, the good news is, well, you got this Gavrilescu guy. He's been playing a lot lately. Yeah, well, he's playing a 2000. Rip. He can get away with a6 against the 2000. But, I mean, white really doesn't want to put the bishop on e2. White wants to put the bishop on d3. So after a6, why is he not putting the bishop on d3? No entiendo. I mean, I don't know about this a3 b4 business, but oftentimes white is going to hack that knight on f5 and then try to play maybe h4 or something. I mean, God forbid your bishop gets to b5. Alright, anyway, knight f5, bishop b2. I'm not a big fan. Not a fan of this bishop in particular. And now you played h5. Wow. So you actually reached the exact position Gavrilescu had against the 2000. I don't even know how he's playing a 2001 player. This is like maybe round one of a big open. But that's really rare. You see a 500 rating point difference. How crazy is knight a7? It's not crazy. It's not crazy at all. You know, I think not crazy. But I'm a little concerned about g4. You know, I guess it's not a big deal. We can live with that. Yeah, no, I think knight a7 is okay, Arsenal fan. Gavrilescu played f6. Now remember, he's playing a 2000. He has to win. Draw's not an option. So he plays f6. This is a sharper move. And the interesting thing, his opponent plays bishop d3. This guy, I remember playing in during COVID, he played in those team arenas that we played in. I played him a few times. Also, we had some Hungarian, maybe not a Hungarian team. He played on Mircea's team or whatever for the Parleygrass's team, and we had team battles. Very strong blitz player, Gavrilescu. Somewhere I saw him playing recently. What was it? European Championship? Bishop d3. Sun Prison played h5. Okay, the guy played f6, attacking e5. White played bishop d3, and now black just castled. And white played bishop takes f5. E takes f5. Rook e1 is pretty solid for a 2000. Check this shit out. Bishop e8. Queen d3. f4. Queen b3. Bishop h5. Knight on bd2. King h8. Rook a c1. And now queen d7. Provoking e6. Queen d3. Rook a e8. Knight b3. Bishop g6. Queen d2. Bishop e4. Queen e2. Queen g4. Back. Bishop g6. b5. Fearful player. Obviously a junior playing white. Queen takes b5. Queen d7. Is black a lot better here? Black's threatening knight takes e5. I don't even know if it's a threat. Damn, white is plus 1.2. That's really strange. 500 point favorite, he got negative 1.3. Alright, so Sun Prism, I think at some point black was doing okay there. Shouldn't have been negative 1 point, whatever. H5. This is a pretty extreme move, you know, but it's probably okay. My concern is that you're weakening, well, you're weakening G5 permanently. But I guess you're not, really. So what's the moral of the story? White should play bishop d3 anyway and threaten to take on f5. I think, Arsenal fan, your suggestion of like knight a7, if Gavrilescu was playing like another 2500, that might be something he would do. But that plan is not an option when you're playing like a 2000. It's an option when you're playing someone that a draw is okay against. You know, here white, I think, should play this. What's up, Butterfly Hunter? So my point is, if you go for it, I can take, and then probably get crushed anyway. It doesn't look like white has anything. '91. Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to play '91. The problem is I lost this horrible game once in a Rossalimo with this type of structure where I didn't have any breaks, but because of the doubled F pawns. I mean, we do have F6 though, maybe. All right, H5. Yeah, the guy reacts with H3, weakening his own king side. So the attack on the flank is correct when you have good control in the center. Here the problem is that white committed to castling king side, and you haven't committed your king. So there's a certain justification, but I think this is important to understand what he does here. His best policy was like the computer was talking about, you know, probably playing knight e1. There's nothing for you to really go for. I mean, I guess here you would have queen b6. But even there he has knight c2. Again, we need to keep our eyes open for stuff like this. Tactical opportunities to get into c4 based on that bishop. But as I said earlier, I like his option to go here. And then, like we're talking about, take, and then here. And then here. You're not going to be like checkmating him or something here. That's not happening. At least not quickly. With the doubled pawns and the bad white square bishop. Maybe f4 if you're lucky. You can get in and your bishop is breathing. So h3 is a really bad move. g5. Now this. Yeah, I would think like you're better now. He can't save the d pawn, so this is a bad exchange. He's trading a central pawn for a flank pawn. The good news for him is that, you know, at least maybe his king is sort of safe after taking on h5. But why did you take with this knight? You're gonna get g4. Okay. There's some interesting stuff here. Just no tactics, nothing quite works. If you go this way, He has g4. I wanted like so bad to have some kind of trick here. It might even work. I was looking at crazy shit like rook takes h5. I think it's giving up too much. Like you almost have some kind of thing like this. But like oddly enough, he just takes it and you don't have a good discovery. Yeah, anyway, it's not necessary. Okay, takes here. Oh. That's a good exchange. Now rook h8. Why rook h8 when you go to h7? You figure he can hit your rook on h7 maybe. True, like maybe it gets attacked by queen d3. Okay, but maybe rook h... Okay. Rook h4. If you don't like rook h7, you like rook h8, maybe rook h4. Then he goes back. But now you got all kinds of options. Go to f4 or something. You should definitely look into rook h4 anyway. Alright, this is a safe move. Would you say? Yeah. No, I like black's position. The king's not 100% safe, but you have a huge pawn on d5. Any French player gotta like this. He trades now. Now we have the additional possibility of b takes and c5. But wait, that's bishop d4. So I don't like it. I mean, you could play b takes, bishop d4, c5, b takes c, bishop takes c5, bishop c5, queen c5. And black's still better. But it's not real clear. Yeah, knight c6 kind of kills the position a little bit. That is a little annoying, you know. You like that line? You like doing that? Here. Takes. We're trading our good bishop for white's bad bishop, though. I admit that black is fairly solid. Oh, I forgot that Arsenal used to play the French. Yeah. I don't like that our bishop. I don't like that our pawn on g5 is undefended. This is much safer. Knight d2, castle's queenside. Man, you're close to a manslaughter charge. So if he plays knight b3, you have bishop a4 pinning him. Black's king is a little airy, but I want to get in g4. And he castles queenside. You know, we can't be doing this because of knight e4. Castle's queenside, okay, it's ballsy, but we've got g4, rook h, g8. How fast can we do this? I also like this, you know, pinning him. My opinion, black is better, no questions asked. But it's a question of how fast white can consolidate. Like a4 could happen. I think this can also happen, you know. Things get very sharp. We also might want to just be playing g4 like ASAP. Good luck, you know, with the Benko Gambit or whatever. I don't think you're wrong about it, you know, to be in attack mode, so to speak. Otherwise, your king is in the center, and it's hard to coordinate. His attack isn't really anything special either. I am a little concerned about b5. You probably are going to face a lot of danger here if you take that pawn. Well, let's put it this way: castling queenside isn't the safest play in this position. You know, what would Joseph Henry Blackburn have done? I mean, you know, what would Mr. Slow do? I don't know. What would a solid player do? Bishop b5, draw him away from f2. We have no way to pressurize that. But you can make a lot of fundamental moves, like just rook c8. Another kind of... you could also drop your bishop on d3 and switch diagonals. Though, this is obviously double-edged. So there's a lot of choices here. This is not safe. And white has to respond very actively. So I was wondering about bishop a4. You did this. The first problem I have with rook dg8 is that it's very, like, you know, you're telegraphing yourself. I would seriously consider the g4. Does there, you know, you've got the h file and possibilities of d4. Winning a piece for white. That's right, Arsenal fan. No, it's not close. It totally wins a piece for white. Alright. How about g4? Yeah, bishop d4 turns out to be dangerous. I go here. You have this a4 type stuff. But anyway, I would play g4 in a blitz game for sure. It creates like chaos. You played this here. Queen d8 now. But as computer points out in another line, this is a little bit sharper. Are you getting trapped though? No, you can always take on b4. Yeah, I guess queen b5 is a bit more active. But still, okay, queen d8. You're threatening g4, I guess. You were threatening g4. Now we're not threatening g4. Now it's white's turn. Rook c1, he played very solid. And now f6. So this is what I would call sort of practical desperation. I don't know if this is a good idea, man. If you can play f6, maybe you should play f5. As Larry Christensen used to say, if you see a good move, look for a better one. If you think you can get away with f6, what if you play f5 and you try to break him down? You know, he may end up very likely taking on f6 anyway. Well, I mean, if you're wondering where your attack should go, maybe you should like come to your senses and play like bishop a4. I think you can kind of play just safe. If you take out one of his pieces, he can't really mate you very easily after bishop a4. Plus you also have this rook h4 type of stuff, so you can actually attack him in the center. I mean, for that matter, you could play this immediately, but I think I'd rather pin the knight, man. The knight is going to be a problem. He'll probably break the pin, and this actually like loses the exchange. 9 out of 10 dudes will drop the exchange immediately with queen d3. No, bishop a4 is a really strong move. It shuts him down, and you still have play. Instead of f3, yeah, he hesitated with f3. I'm not even, you know, that sure that g4 is such a big threat. It's possible what black plays g4, you just simply take it, and then play f3, and then run away with like king f2. Okay, it's not easy. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The perpetual optimist says knight a5. Well, there won't be any more bishop a4 now, that's for sure. Another idea, anyone for bishop a7? Bishop a7, anyone? Okay. Knight a5 looks like a real move. So I wasn't sure if we get away. That's why I wanted bishop a7 to prevent me from getting away. Here, like, oh shit, bishop a7. Oh no. No. Oh my god, that works. That's stockfish. Best line. And it's very unclear. Black can't take this, or he's worse. Check. King d7. King takes f1, advantage to white. Where's your attack? And I wondered, where did my attack go? g4. Knight takes b7. Okay. So anyway, alright, it's still not too late for black to, you know, defend. But I would be kind of happy with white. Now, he could just trade and play knight d4. I think you made a mistake here. I mean, there's no way after bishop takes f6, queen f6, knight d4 that black can be better. But in the you know, with the text move, knight c5. Don't you have like e5? I know that he has some threats, but I'm afraid that you might have e5 now. This could get super scary. Maybe white sacks a piece, huh? This may be too dangerous. But that would be the move on my radar, you know, for sure. Let's see if knight a6 works. It does. Alright, it works. Well, anyway, I think it's safest for him to take and play, you know, knight d4 probably. But he doesn't. Instead, playing this. I guess he's still better. Now he's threatening double trouble. He's got a classic knight versus bad bishop. And you're able to... Oof. Now you're walking the knight a6 check. He misses knight a6 check. That's not hard to see. Acerbe would have found this. Okay, black doesn't have to take. It's just a pawn. But he also has b5. I see what you're doing over there with rook takes h3, by the way. Sun Prism doesn't think we see that, you know. It's going to be like an Acerbe game. There's going to be a sudden rook takes h3 game over. Rook fe1. This looks like it already works. Don't we have this? What is it, a draw? Oh shit, what? No, we have queen h2 check. No, knight e4 is nothing. White needs to do something more forcing. Take the rook. Take the rook is what? It's a draw? Or white's lost? Yeah, he has to take on a6 check. King a8. And then try to trade queens. Yeah, I mean, some prism should see this, man. You have better? No, you should have seen this, man. I mean, this is really like your... That's the miracle you've been like waiting for here. The point is, like, takes. You maybe didn't think it worked, but after king f1, you have bishop e5 check. And then you have at least a draw. This is probably a draw. Yeah. Because on knight d3, queen f3 check, you can play for a win, but you have at least a draw. In fact, maybe you are winning here, because now the f file's open. But anyway, gotta be willing, you know, to find those miracles. I mean, this miracle's been waiting to happen. Rook takes h3. He defended. Now he's sealing you off. That hurts. Oh man, you missed your chance. Funny that white plays rook d1. Why rook d1? Why not rook e1? Maybe he was afraid of rook h4. Shit. Shit, it's even better now. Alright. Yeah, Sun Prism just refuses to die. We're down a bunch of pawns. We still have some sort of cheapo potential. Our bishop on c6. Yeah, the pawns don't matter that much. You know, this bishop is suddenly boom. White's kind of lost control of the situation. That's ironic, you know, like you got to this position where it's really ironic. He seals up e5. You played rook e8. Now you're freeing out the rook. And now he could have gone here. But instead, he plays rook d1, which I have no idea what that does. Leaves e5 unprotected. You undermine his control of e5. And then you get an a5 and d4 and suddenly have all this counterplay. And all because he played rook d1. Which wasn't really logical in the first place. Like, objectively, maybe you're still losing. I like how both sides are playing like they're in desperate time pressure, but both sides have like 8 minutes left. I expected to look at the clock and see that it says like both sides have like 30 seconds left. Both sides have like so much time. There's no possible excuse for the amount of like inaccuracies that were made. You have rook takes g2 check. Oh, it only works when he moves his rook. Oh my god. Petite combinaison. Something happened. Now he counter comboed you, but you have, oh. Don't go to a8. You might get mated there. So you went to c8. That's funny. This was a real comedy. Jeez. The white king comes out to e3. Oh, his rook's hanging. Oh no. It's a good thing he traded queens there. Alright guys, very entertaining. I've got Shaki and Nefedov and Radusa. And yeah, also the Pronovs that keep losing to Pronovs. Pronouns. Yeah, I got the feeling that, you know, although Sun Prism has gotten better about time use, there may be this tendency, like if your opponent is playing fast or too fast, that you do the same. Like you're playing to his pace or something. Because I felt like both sides were making very inferior moves there, although you had tons of time on the clock. Like you were playing 3-0 with a 15-minute time control. Although the opening and stuff was okay, up until a point, and then it started getting really bad. So Shaki is black. Yeah, Shaki is an interesting character. He mocks the Petrov, but he plays the Berlin defense. He's a real phenomenon. I think that people, yeah, there's a natural tendency to try to kind of... Well, another thing that can be is that there are some people who concretely are afraid to get into time pressure. So they play too fast, not because they're trying to flag the opponent, but because they're trying to, you know, consciously or subconsciously not get in time pressure. And sometimes it takes me a while to figure out who's who. But I've also noticed, especially over the board, there are players who seem to be like annoyed if they have less time than you. And so they try to, it's almost like it's a contest to see who can have more time. Especially with like little kids. like hyper competitive little kids, for example, they think that somehow it's a win to have more time than the opponent. Like it matters. Psychologically, it bothers them to have less time. And you'll get that online too. Really, you should have the attitude that it just doesn't freaking matter if you have more time or less time. As long as it's not a large amount, it's really irrelevant. It's not a contest to see who has more time. That's like childish. But sometimes we fall into that trap, even as adults or... Okay, so d4. Takes, knight f5, takes. Okay, so white plays h3. I don't know this too well. I do know that h3 is one of white's main moves. What does h3 do? It prepares g4. Very good, Arsenal fan. Wow. Gold star. He answered the question before I even asked it. Dude, that's unbelievable. You might have psychic powers. Okay, it also gives king a square on h2. It's a subtle move. I mean, now black plays bishop e7. So this is third most common. If you look at the database, 0 games since 2020. King e8 is the #1 move. Like 0 games since 2016. Top games, that is. And then bishop d7. So finally there's like h6 and h5. h5, somewhere I saw that recently. There's a few games here with h5. I know h6 is possible too. Carlsen has played this. What's the conclusion of all this? We're not seeing any games beyond 2020 on the top level. And that's probably for 2 reasons. The Berlin may have started to become a little less fashionable. And then the second reason is people are avoiding it. But anyway, bishop e7 seems to be one of the most popular. Rook d1 check. And now you have a choice. Though, I mean, I'm always scared when I play bishop d7 that this e6 will happen. No, even if it's not fatal or something, white could possibly play that as sort of sacrifice. This particular example, it doesn't quite work. But obviously you want to keep that in mind. King e8 seems to be the better move, theoretically. So if you play g4, if white plays g4, the hell are we putting our knight on h4? All right. Yeah, knight h4 is fine. Knight h4 is fine. You've not wasted time with your h pawn, so you can move. The advantage of not playing h6 is you can play h5 in one move. So Arsenal fan says, I find h5 tough to play, but h6 has a trap in mind. No, I mean, I like the fact that by not playing h6, you can play h5 more efficiently. Maybe that sounds dumb. And then like this move, I think this is the reason why people play h6. They're annoyed by bishop g5. Theoretically, I'm serious, like theoretically trading off black's bishop pair is somewhat advantageous to white. But the problem is, I guess, ultimately that even there, like, white just doesn't have enough advantage. So, ultimately, people are just like, whatever, we don't care. Knight c3, main move. and now knight h4. I've never had this position. Even the previous position. I have one. So that's funny. It was last year. I had this in a simul. This particular position after knight c3, I played bishop, not knight c3, but bishop g5. So I did that. I did do that. Maybe that's why it's so familiar. My opponent played what? He took. I have no idea who this is. Knight to hg5, and then played knight h4. I thought the computer liked king e7 at first, then changed its mind. That was my thinking. I don't know. I was trying to take advantage of it. You know, what can I do? Trade the darks for bishops. It's really not that bad. So here you go, knight h4. Somehow Shaki knows all this theory. Knight takes h4, bishop takes h4. Now his opponent doesn't know the theory. And I have no idea who your opponent is, by the way. Taylor Pearson. So this is a classical rapid. This is rapid chess. Casual rapid game. Uh-oh. Casual rapid. Taylor Pearson. Sounds like a made-up name. It sounds like a cam girl. Hello. I'm Taylor Pearson. We play g3. You know, on the surface g3 looks harmless, but it weakens his h3 pawn, and white's going to have to take time to deal with that on the next move. So the one move that has the best score, ironically, for white here is g4. But if you don't know that, it looks weakening, you know? Maybe g4, g5 could be a positional threat. Well, let's call it a tactical threat to trap the bishop on h4 as well. So if g4, black plays h5 immediately. And if g5, Jesus Christ, you have to play f6. And all the games are correspondence. Fuck. Except for the first one. Grishuk So, 2021. Then immediately there's a million. Actually, they were probably following this earlier correspondence game. There was actually earlier correspondence games. Okay. Yeah, black is just about to get their bishop trapped with rook d4. Right. Wow, that's scary. See, that's why most people pull the bishop back, and then white has time to play king g2. Now h5, and now f3. Michael Adams, Yakovenko won a game here with white. Yakovenko won 2 games here with white. Talk about grinding people down, bro. So white played g3. This is not the right idea. There's a couple real games here, by the way. These are actual games. These dudes are playing a tempo down. My favorite rook versus rook endgame player, Krivnosov, and Alfredo Dutra, who's a Brazilian. I am. So g4, king g2. Now you could play h5. But you played bishop f5. There's another advantage in g4, boys and girls. Can you spot the hidden advantage in playing g4? Wow. And your opponent just gave you the pawn? She was busy. She had a customer. On the Andrew Tate Camgirl app. Jeez. I can't imagine that sacrificing that pawn is a real thing. Maybe with bishop f4, and e6. Is White going to play e6? White's alternative, though, was to play rook d2. And then you just do rook d8. That still might be better than what happened. I mean, if you play rook d2, bishop g5, f4, rook d8, you just play rook e2. And black, I don't know, are you even better here? Barely. So I don't know. I don't think white has to sacrifice this pawn. And then we might argue that white is lost after this. But I have a question. So you didn't play bishop f5 because you didn't want to see g4 with tempo. But I think that this needs to be seriously considered because bishop on e6, blockading that might be nice. Keeping control of d7 might be nice. The question would be the roller, obviously. And after f4, g6, he can reinforce, threats of f5. And this starts to get, slightly uncomfortable, although it looks like you're probably fine. You can always trade on c3 and play bishop d5 check. There's also rook g8, obviously, buying time. You're not in any danger of losing here. So I'm a little concerned about these squares. h5. This is the idea. Now white plays a good move, king f3. So it looks like what you should have done there was way better than what happened. It almost makes you wonder if you should still go bishop f5 back to e6. You're actually threatening like bishop takes a2 in this position. No, you're not. Well, whatever. Okay, f5 takes, bishop d5 check, king f4. Probably a draw. There's still play left. But Shaki, I think, maybe went wrong with this whole bishop g6 thing. The bishop was better centralized on e6. Though I totally understand why you did it. Imagine if that bishop could even come back there, and you're doing b6 like you do, and then the bishop goes to that diagonal too. Now he shuts it down. And you can't consider playing f6. And f5 is really ugly. But there may come a time when you have to seriously consider playing this move. The time is now. But why give up your bishop necessarily? I don't have a problem with f5. I mean, why is it that bad? But remember, we're up a pawn here. And we've got the bishop pair. Not a great bishop pair, admittedly, but I still like black. Even though white has protected pass pawn. It's not going anywhere. We have a good blockade. So after this, this feels very awkward, but alright, I guess it works. If it works, it works. It works. And what's the point? You have d3. So he can't keep all of your squares protected and trap your bishop at the same time. That was smart. Bishop f2, h5, bishop h4. In retrospect, this move is rather unpleasant. Check. Very important inclusion. Now you're going to castle. Oh no. So why didn't he take on g4 here? Oh, he figured you play bishop f5. He figured right. He figured you take on f5. Okay, you play bishop f5 check. So here. Oh my god, are you kidding me? You played rook takes h4? Are you serious? You have to do that? Oh no. Well, that's disturbing. You forgot you could castle? You didn't think castling was legal? But you can't castle. Oh shit. You went to castle and you forgot. Yeah, that sucks. I do that all the time. So Shaki couldn't castle. That's the problem with this variation. That sucks, bro. So are you lost here? You have 2 pawns. And white has no way to get a pass or no way to penetrate. There's one way white can get in your position. It's going to be rook down the h file and back in the back. The back door. King takes h3, check, king g3, king e7. Now he should immediately go rook h2. It's pretty freaking obvious. So how do you hold? You just put your pawn on a5 and your king can hold the c7. But it's close, because if you have to like go here, you know, say he gets his rook on like a8, you play a5, plays rook a7. If you have to defend, so let's look at a line. I don't know, c5, whatever. Okay, rook h2, a5, rook h8, g6 or something. I don't know if we want to play that. You can hit his pawn, whatever, here. You're going to have to stop him from bringing the king in. You're going to have to play g6. He's going to go here. So my question would be, there's some way he can squeeze you by getting his king into like f6 here. Right. Now I got the setup that Arsenal was talking about. Now the question is this a draw? It looks like it is. c5, king h4. So if like king d7, king g5, you can just go to c6. I was terrified white would be able to sack the rook on f7. So this looks scary. I mean, here he has rook f8 and rook takes f7. Jesus Christ, dude. That's scary as fuck. I'd be like hyperventilating, resigning. It's a draw after b5. Well, that's lucky. Jesus Christ, you're just in time. Rook takes f7, bishop takes f7, king f7, b4. Draw. Easy draw. Everybody saw. Shaki saw it all in advance. And that's why he wasn't worried when he sacked the exchange. Okay. Yeah, it's a fortress. Taylor Pearson lost this because she had too many good customers. Losing takes a certain level of skill. Wow, they even found the plan with rook h2. What? I'm going backwards? They went to rook h2 and then they didn't go to h8. Yeah, I wouldn't want to put the rook on h8. Well, the other thing is that white didn't find the plan of going with the king active here. But still, rook h8 is kind of useful. There's no way you can lose this, bro. Shaki's playing for the loss. Here's an interesting possibility. Shaki allowed f5. I don't think that improves your position particularly. Still a draw. e6, still a draw. That was very dangerous what you did there. Trying to cross the River Jordan. He was just lucky. None of that stuff worked. What is white doing, dude? What are you doing with your king on d5? That's ridiculous. They're going to get self-mate. They're going to self-mate themselves. Holy shit. This is unbelievable. 2400. In bullet, maybe. Yeah. So now what do we play? A5, A4, King B2. You play King A4 here. That's a very strange move, but I get it. Okay. Why not like the A pawn? I can't believe King A4 is the best move. That looks like a waste of time. King B2. King B2, rook takes C7. Now A4, I was afraid that B6 would fall, and that's not good. You have to defend this, and now I'm afraid B6 will fall. A4, and you're still winning. Wow, because you have bishop B3. So King A4 is a bad move. I don't know what that does. So is this still a win for black? It's a draw now. Yeah, but I mean the practical chances for black are very, very good now. You can walk over maybe and try to get the other pawns, but you're most likely going to get two connectors. Yeah, there goes that pawn. Now, last chance. Please, rook A6. It's too late. I thought maybe by playing rook B5 it would matter, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's totally lost. Endgame noob. Whoops. Alright. He who is an endgame noob. White should have been pressing for the win, and you should have been happy with the draw, but instead he doesn't know how to play endgames. Or she, I mean. They... Alright, we've got Taylor Crisp Pearson with a loss. Nefedov. We've got Nefedov, the Pranovs. Where's Nefedov? He didn't show up. Maybe it was a club night tonight. Club night. Temperature here is, wow, still peaking. $35. This is Nefedov with white. Whoops. All right. Oh yeah. Nefedov, Caro Khan. So, I'm really, really annoyed by Knight F6. This move is going to make me, like, never play the open Caro Khan. I hate this. I hate it. Like, there's no way for white to get much against this. I was analyzing some Nimzovich games. You know, it's named after Nimzovich, although Aliakin played it as well. It's so solid for black. Even more solid than bishop f5. Freya chess, rating with a party of 10. That doubles our viewership almost. Thank you, Freya chess. Yay! Iash. Guys, welcome. Guys and girls. Have some bunnies. Have some bunnies. Some killer bunnies. Hey! Welcome everybody. Analyzing subscriber games. It's 35 degrees Celsius in cool Budapest, Hungary. So, in the cool of the pool, the Turkey lurkey. Anyway, I'm just saying, Knight F6 is nuts. I can't get an advantage against Knight F6. I was looking at everything. You know, people even play knight c5. This has been played. Can you imagine that? Knight c5 is actually not that bad. I've played knight h5. I've played knight g3. I hate knight g3. Black has the choice between h5 and g6. And then I've tried Aliakin's Gambit. The only move I haven't played, I played f3, which was played by my old friend and bingo partner, Juan Mayado Trevino. I've literally played like every possible move for white. I hate this. Okay, but Nefedov's opponent played bishop f5. This is the standard. Oh, one last thing about knight f6. Knight g5 is interesting. It's not so bad. You know, I think this is one of my preferred methodologies for white to avoid the main line. Thanks for the raid again from Froya Chess. And welcome Esh. I'll pronounce your name in Hungarian. Probably it was borrowed from somewhere else. So knight g5, c5. And there's a David Navarra game here. With black, he was unable to beat a 2350 back in 2021. But anyway, if you want something interesting like knight g5, I've even tried knight c3. But these variations just drive me nuts. You know, I don't even want to play this with white. It's so impossible to get an advantage. So it's even worse than bishop f5. Nefedov, this is Nefedov's game. He always plays the classical variation. Knight g3, bishop g6. But I don't remember. I think that Pavlo might play more than one line here. I studied this back in 1985. No, maybe later, 86, 87. That's how long I've been analyzing chess. I first seriously studied this opening back in 1987. And once I had a game where I played knight e2 with white, and that's another line. Maybe Nefedov's knight h3 is better, but it's not a secret. This is not some unknown variation. There's a lot of people who also play like bishop c4. Johnny Hector. I like h4. I usually play h4. Whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter. You know, there's no way for white to get an advantage. They're all the same shades of gray, right? Just a matter of taste. So knight h3, you might catch someone off guard. Nefedov likes to play some sort of sidelines. I mean, in my mind, it's similar to knight e2, but kind of more modern. It doesn't interfere with the bishop. I mean, in a way, knight h3 is better than knight e2, because you have the same advantages, but with the added benefit of this bishop not being obstructed. You know, e5, whereas e5 is a strong move against knight e2, interestingly. That was played against me by Robert Sullman, who was an FM, very strong FM from New York State, many years ago. One of my first ever e4 games with white. That was like my second ever e4 game with white in a tournament, second or third. I played knight e2 and Sullman played e5. Kira's played knight e2. I don't know about knight h3. Who originated this move. So anyway, black should play thoughtfully here. You know, the interesting thing is, if you look at the statistics, the only subject in math that I was ever good at was statistics. Just pointing that out. But the other day my son asked me, did you like math in school? And I said I hated math in college and high school, but I like statistics. So statistically, I know what I'm doing. Knight d7 has a good score. What's the advantage of knight d7? It's a very interesting move. The knight is usually always going to go to d7, but you could play e5. You can still play e5 in one move. You know, so this move has certain flexibility. Like you can hit white with this e5 with one shot. If you play e6, you're not going to be able to play e5. That's for sure. And knight d7 supports e5. So there might be something to that. I mean, that statistic looks really significant to me. 62. Look at black's score. 39%. Black, okay. Seriously, knight d7, but suddenly bishop c4 has a good score here. Johnny Hector, Tikkanen, 2017. We can transpose to 92 variations, or lines with bishop c4 and 92. After e6, knight f4, it's going to transpose, isn't it? We're going to get Dreyev, my old friend Alexei Dreyev. I won't tell the Dreyev story again. How he beat Tvyakov in 19 moves to get a game published in the Informant. We had been out until like 6 o'clock in the morning drinking the night before. It was knight hg6 and then kill him down the h file. It's a very similar position. This is sharp. This is sharp though. Knight hg6. H takes g6, knight e4. Yeah, I never remember looking at this particular variation. Knight on df6, bishop e7. Yeah, black's not super happy here, but very solid. Slav. Nefedov versus Nefedov. Bishop f4. Unfortunately, would leave white with some check on a5 to deal with. Anyway, I don't know. This is not what happened, obviously. So your opponent plays knight f6. They still have the ability to play e5 in one move, which I think is important. And now, what's the takeaway? That maybe knight f4 isn't white's most flexible option. If you play c3, I don't know. Why do we need to play c3? To prevent queen a5 check, queen takes e5. Okay. So if we play bishop c4, black plays e5. And then if we take, black plays queen a5 check, and then snaps the e5 pawn with check, right? So that would be the point. If here, this is theoretically possible, and it ends up not being good anyway, it may not be good anyway. Well, Panchenko, 1979. So that isn't convincing. It's not good for black, it turns out. So black's supposed to play e6. So anyway, Nefedov probably has tried bishop c4 before. This is more direct. Black has e5 now. And then this is well known. Well known to everybody, but not Nefedov's opponent. Now here we go again with the flexibility. Look at this move. Knight bd7. There's Nakamura playing the Caro-Kann for a win. Thank God he wasn't playing against Leiko. You guys remember that? There was an Olympiad like 5 years ago where Hikaru played the Caro-Kann for a win against Leiko. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Good idea. Alright. Imagine Nefedov Leiko. There's still a fairly high chance of a draw. So e6 is a bit passive. You get an h4. Yeah, this is kind of what we wanted. We're getting what we wanted. Dude, that Caruana Gukash last round game of the candidates, Jesus Christ. You ever had a better chance to qualify for the World Championship? You don't play the white side of the Catalan, bro. But I mean, who am I? I'm just a pundit. I'm just a weak pundit. But I have nothing to lose by telling the truth. I call him as I see him. Bishop d6. So this is the idea. Wait, what is the idea? How do we deal with h5? Oh, no. Oh, queen f5 check. Okay. So his idea is to deal with this with queen a5 check, queen takes f5. So we got Maxim Matlakov with black. Wow. Interesting. Twice. Not once, but twice. Matlakov played this. It seems a little bit risky. Oh, so the idea is not to play queen a5 check. I just assume queen a5 check. c3, I guess, takes. And then bishop d3. So that's actually very good for white. It's really bad. But I still can't imagine white losing here against an equal opponent. It's interesting though. And how does Matlakov win 2 games against 2300s? White's potentially got no safe place for the king. Potentially a tiny bit overextended. But in the other games, you know, black wasn't winning all the time. They were like equal. Queen e2 check. So Nefedov knows. Dude, somebody here played bishop e2. Matlakov's opponents were like, oh shit. Matlakov's opponents, no relation to Matlock. Matlakov's opponents were under some sort of hypnosis, and they all played bishop e2. Asterbait, thanks for gifting to Freya Chess. So Nefedov knows what he's doing and plays queen e2 check. Would take that, Matlakov. Win now, bro. So what would Matlakov do? He's not gonna. He can't trade queens against Nefedov. Game over, man. Draw. If you play queen e7, it's like draw at best for black. So it's a question of bishop e7, king d7, or king f8. Am I good? The sensible thing to do is bishop e7, and that's what I assume a grandmaster would do in this situation. Mohammad Tassir is a IM. Well, at least he was. Maybe he's a GM, I don't know. If you're a GM and you have to win, I guess you play bishop e7. King d7, not recommended. That's not really a sane thing to do. Although it might be better than king f8. So the guy actually did this against Nefedov. Yeah, I mean that's not normal. Tompa Janos is not by any means like an extremely strong player. I've played him, but he's not bad. He's still around. He's like 75. But, you know, let's say a few years ago he could still play. I remember Rachmanov beating him with like 1 square moves at the Zalakarosh in 2017 or whatever. It was sort of entertaining. But, you know, okay, in 81 he was pretty good. And I just can't imagine someone really playing this. Okay, yeah, you have rook e8. Okay, we all see that. But it doesn't matter. White could play bishop e3 and just castle queenside. Oh, yeah, bishop takes f4. Bishop takes f4 immediately. Oh, shit. This is wrong. So we can't do bishop e3. So this is the trick. Nefedov must know. Wow, Nefedov has an improvement on theory. It's not enough. You're in Nefedov's zone now. What about rook h3, by the way? The Shirov style. Nephew Shirov. We could always meet rook e8 with rook e3. Doesn't work. Maybe it does work. Rook e8, rook e3, bishop takes f4, rook takes e8. We pick that back up, queen e8. We're going to drop the h-pawn. Drop the h-bomb. Alright, anyway. So I'm curious if Nefedov's move is an improvement on theory or just over-the-board inspiration. So Tampa's move is best. Or even queen f3. Queen f3. Same idea. You could even play knight e2. Well, I mean, what black's doing isn't rational. You know, king d7, right? Here. Okay, so this is obvious. But don't we have a problem with, like, rook takes e5? Rook e8? Oh my god. So check. So I don't understand. Takes. Okay, he plays that, but what happens on takes? Takes, check. I'm obsessed with this. But I mean, clearly this is a logical option, right? Bishop d2, queen takes e5. Maybe white has some sort of trick or something. The computer thinks that white has compensation. It's only a doubled pawn. We have two bishops versus two knights. Arsenal was right. White has compensation. But still, you would think like black would go for that. Instead, black plays king c8. Very comfortable with his king being like in a random place. That's what I said. Like most people are too aggressive. You know, how dare black play like this? Some kind of crazy mate is going to happen with the queen a6, bishop f4. Like the time that Emery Tate got mated in 5 moves by somebody. Yermolinsky? I don't remember. Alright, queenside castles. And now black can obviously try to take this. Black plays knight g4. Yeah, see, like black is irrationally aggressive. First of all, you're playing the Caro Khan. Yeah. Secondly, you're not developing your pieces. You've been studying with Acerbate. Queen f3. By the way, Nefedov played a really good game against me. Perfect game almost against McCracken on Tuesday. McCracken. Uh-oh. Taha TMB has followed. Valentine D has followed. We had another gift sub from Acerbate to Freya Chess. Thank you, everybody. Keeping me alive during this heat wave. Now f6, because black's late squares aren't weak enough already. f6. Are you sure about that? Maybe you would prefer g6. I don't know. Oof. Check. Here. Here. Well, I don't know which I prefer. Still, there is no compensation for the white squared bishop. Oh, I can't take back. Oh no. Oh, there it is. I knew Shirov was going to be here. What's up, Valentine? I have 35 degrees in Budapest because I'm on the roof of my building. So technically, it wasn't 35 on the street. It was more like 31. But on the top of the building, because the heat comes down from the sun in the sky, top of the building heats up really, really brutal. So I get baked like an oven. It's a good thing about having the penthouse. It's cooled down now to 30, 33 for me. Bishop f6. But Nefedov, that was nice the way he got the Shirov rook lift in. Shirovian rook lift. Bishop f6, pawn takes, rook d3. Aren't you glad you didn't castle? But Nefedov, you never used your bishop. Feels bad for bishop. Are you going to play like g3 and bishop h3 now? He does that. So there's... Look at the cruel nature of Nefedov. Not just cruel, but aesthetically cruel, you know. He's cruel, but in an aesthetic way. Like, you know, he probably like puts little laser tattoos on ants and stuff while he's killing them. I mean, yeah. Getting the last piece in, very aesthetic. Okay, I've got a couple more games for you guys. One is from Move 11, who happens to be here now. The other is a random blitz game someone sent me. So let's do Matthew submitting the Pranav, who all the Pranavs keep beating. Oh, the flat collects the heat from all the interior floors. So it's like double, yeah, it's like cooking in an oven. Yeah, if you go to the bottom floor of an old building, like I live in, a 100-year-old building in Budapest, the basement or the first floor is nice and cool, you know. Last year I lived in an apartment where we were on the first floor, near the first floor, and it was fine. But, bro, top floor, it has a lot of sunlight, but not a lot of coolness. So this is Matthew with black. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. One of the apostles. If you guys are into that sort of thing. All right. So it's Pranav. I played a Pranav. Pranav Anand. I played at least one Pranav. I played few Anands. There seem to be more Indian chess players than ever. I can't keep track of them. We have tournaments here in Hungary on Saturday. They're starting the first Saturday. It's really close to my house. I'm going to play in a rapid tournament tomorrow night. There's like more Indian players than anybody else. There's more Indian players in Hungarian tournaments than there are Hungarian players. Anyway, Hungary is not as affordable as it used to be. If you're planning on playing chess somewhere, I mean, everywhere is more expensive, but there was a time when this was a very affordable city, and Budapest is no longer so affordable. Okay, anyway, back on the subject of chess, we've got knight f6 here, Catalan closed. Sorry, Catalan, not clear if it's closed or open. I had a game like in a rapid tournament last month, 2 months ago, where my opponent played knight c3, which I always thought was nothing. The old books like criticized this move, but I'm not liking the statistics here for black. You know, I had a hard time. Like, I had to spend all my time reinventing the freaking wheel and how to play this opening. He tricked me. My opponent tricked me into playing the Catalan, by the way. It was really weird, because I normally don't play the black side of the Catalan, and I got into this position, and I was like, shit, what do I do? This gambit isn't supposed to be a big deal, blah, blah, blah. Well, look at the statistics. 38% wins for white, 38 to 14 in the main line. In c6, second most popular move, 49 to 16. And then finally with knight on bd7, black doesn't do too bad. That's just a form of closed variation. b6 gets blown away. a5, that's not even a real move. So anyway, I'm just mentioning that. You might want to look into knight c3. It's not as bad for white as you think. White, that deserves more attention. It also makes me wonder about your move order here, move 11. I know this is just move 4, but your name is move 11. And 4 and 11, they have something in common. They're both divisible by 1. No, this looks like a very serious statistical point. You should take on c4 right away. The other interesting move is a6. So a6 is clearly interesting and takes on c4 right away. And also bishop e4 check. But it looks like what you do here, bishop e7, you know, a lot of people play like this. Well, by the way, Hungarian player Csonka Balázs just came out with a new book on the Catalan. If anyone's interested, I like Balázs. He's a really nice guy, and he's a good player, and he's regarded as a good opening prep specialist. So, strongest non-grandmaster in Hungary, probably. He wrote the modernized Catalan. I thought it'd be funny if he came up with like a follow-up book, the caramelized Mazatlan. You could do like a Mexican cooking book as a follow-up. Get it? Modernized Catalan, caramelized Mazatlan. Anyway, all right, I think of some weird stuff, right? But anyway, if you're interested in the Catalan, check out his book. I'm not getting paid for this promotion. Castles, d takes c4, and now I like knight a3, but that's just me being me. That's known, right? No, knight a3 is nothing special. Queen c2 is the main move. Knight e3 is a move. You know, interestingly, knight c3 we could transpose. You could transpose back to my game with the Vietnamese 2000 I couldn't beat, or 1900 or whatever he was. This move is underrated. It's underrated. So let's see. What do we do? Knight c6, e3. This is like what happened in my game. I ended up playing rook b8, something like queen e2, knight a5, or some b5. I don't remember. I just remember my knight on a5. Anyway, so takes knight e5. This move always feels like wrong to me. You know, this is like the most well-known. Black always plays knight c6 and like equalizes. But somehow knight e5 just feels wrong. You're like moving the same piece twice, you know? Because you could make the case that like d takes c4 is wrong too. You'd say, well, this move abandons the center, so it's fundamentally wrong. Black, in my opinion, by the way, has better winning chances in the closed Catalan. If you have to win, you probably shouldn't go into an open Catalan because your winning chances are like 0. At least if you keep the pieces on the board with c6 or something, the game will be very complicated. You may have less space and suffocate, but you'll have better chances to win. than after this, when you have like 0 winning chances. So white plays 95, you play knight c6, this is known. This simplifies a lot. Bishop c6, b takes c6. Dean Ippolito's favorite variation back in the day. I don't know anybody who could like enjoy playing this with white. Knight takes c6. Sorry, knight takes c6, takes. And now, move 11, you had this before. You play queen d7. Have I ever had this in a game? Maybe, I don't know. Once. Oh, I lost. Whatever happened to Don't Cry Wolf? Did I ban them for something? Probably somebody I banned. No, Don't Cry Wolf was the guy from Tennessee. He hasn't been around in a while. I don't think I banned him. Okay. He just hasn't been around in a while. He's a friend of some friends of mine. Queen e8. I played queen e8 and went on to lose. Looks like something went wrong. No, it's like a main line. No, it's all been analyzed. The question is move 11's move some kind of subtle improvement? It's been played by some good players. Baburin, Alexandrov. It doesn't matter if white takes on e7 check. But is there some practical point to playing this move? White could theoretically play knight e5. So this happened in one game. Maybe it's a way to keep our winning chances alive somehow. But okay, your opponent just transposed. And now queen a4. This is all theory. e5. Kramnik, Aronian. D takes e5. Queen takes e5. And now white plays knight c3, the engine move. And move 11 played knight e4. Knight e4, did you say this was a correspondence game? Oh, it was played on chess.mom. The game was played on chess.mom. I mean, obviously, you know, white is probably cheating. But was it correspondence? Cheating percentage on chess.mom is slightly higher, probably, than here. But, I mean, it's prevalent everywhere. Okay, move 11 I trust. He actually knows this. He's had a lot of games in the Catalan. Now the opponent left book, so it looks like he's not cheating. That's a relief. So he gets this far, and now leaves theory with bishop f4. It's obscular bishops. This is why I'm saying, like, why would Hikaru Nakamura play the white side of the Catalan? Catalan is like one big giant safe draw for white. I mean, in the last round of the candidates to try to beat Gukesh, you know, that's not what you do. That's a taco move. Tacoing out in the last round. Chicken tacos. But bishop f4 like a blitz move. Takes. So we got e2 or c3. Yeah, I mean, the thing about e2 is that it's mate, right? The guy's like getting mated. He's going to get mated without... That's part of his king side. c3 is a c3 pawn. But with the garnering of the e2 form on his taxes, you're going to checkmate him with queen f3 and bishop h3. Queen e2, rook f e1. Now you went to h5. So the point is, if you go to f3 with the obvious threat... See, move 11 doesn't play hope chess. anyone who plays Hope Chess plays this here, and then they're like wishing that the opponent will find rook e3. But Worcestershire sauce. I like applesauce on my burgers. Worcestershire sauce doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah. Worcestershire doesn't work. So Queen h5, with a more traditional approach of Bishop e7. So, all we need is a connection. So he has to play rook e3. Not a difficult move to find. Material is equal. You can induce f3. Or you can see what's behind door number 2. Play queen h3, f3. It obviously doesn't hurt you to induce f3. You know, this probably wouldn't hurt. But there goes the mate, right? I mean, the obvious thing is to go for the d file. Because you also have that. So rook d8. And now queen e2. That's not okay. We can't trade queens. So now you play queen d5. He plays f3. So you've induced the weakness in this position. Black is still better. Almost feels like we made a mistake somewhere. But I mean, no matter what you do, it's not so easy. I mean, playing bishop f3, play this. I don't know. But you can't really expect to win if you trade queens. And now you're at a dead end. So how can we do this? Queen c6, idea bishop a6, going to a new diagonal. You play queen c5. There's no direct threat with this move. I kind of like queen c6 with the idea of bishop a6. You're coordinating on the white squares. And you stay on that juicy diagonal. Alright, this is fine too. King g2. Oh, you went to c6 now. You're following me. He's getting paranoid. The opponent is getting paranoid now. You're definitely being followed. Queen c6, rook e1, bishop a6, and now rook b8. Rook b8 a little inconsistent. What about the other rook? And what about back rank mate? Like, you're comfortable getting back rank mated? You're okay with that? Okay, e8's covered. There is a threat of rook here. You don't want to play f6 really, so I think I would play h6 just to make sure I never get mated on the back rank. The problem is if white plays rook d2, rook e7, sorry. We're running out of steam here. The d file didn't really pan out. I feel like we lost something somewhere. This much seems right. There's also queen c6. Just want to see what the computer says. Bishop b7. Here. Here. It's interesting the computer doesn't like rook a d8. Rook a e8 is better. But it's nothing special. It's probably a draw, objectively. You never like had a win. But you're doing the right thing, basically. Now it's over. Now you're even down a pawn. So that's good. Oops. Well, I mean, a draw here is pretty generous. I would think like you play for a win in this position. Not a draw. I mean, I don't know what time control was like. Was this a friend or something? I don't know if this is a draw or a win, but black definitely needs to play for a win. Alright, next and last game. It's Redusu. But unfortunately, okay, they usually send me fast games. This one's a 10-0. I guess it's 2,500. Rapid. Jeez. Oh, this is an old game. This is from last year. So, knight c3 is interesting. It allows the winnower counter gambit with e5. And obviously d takes c4. So, I guess the upside is the winnower counter gambit. You know, the downside is this. Or black can just transpose. Knight f3, e6. And then, yeah, I would only ever play this. I would only ever play this move if I really wanted to avoid theory. I've played this move against people. It's lame, and I know it's lame. It's a reverse Caro-Kann after e takes. It's funny, Ding Loren played it and beat Van Foreest. Ivanchuk beat Gary. Okay, it's playable, but it's considered harmless. So e takes d5. You can also play bishop f4. It's a Caro-Kann exchange variation with reverse colors. This is the main move, and then black's supposed to play. If I know my David Grigo, I think everything's possible. Like knight a6 even. Let's see. Knight a6 has been played, but it's not that good. Most people play bishop e7, bishop f5 is playable. What about queen b6? The Quang played this. I can't believe he got as high rated as he did. It's inaccurate as well. Interesting. Okay, so bishop e7. Now we transpose to. This is a good safe variation for black, though. This is not dangerous for black. It's a harmless line. Bishop f5. Now there may be an option. Black needs to look for even better. These type of things, still not good. The knight a6 is not an option any longer. Well, anyway, bishop f5 is fine. That equalizes. And now you're just basically playing for a draw. But what black does now is kind of weird. I mean, it's fine to just take here. You know, I don't know. This is unnecessary. Bishop g6. It's probably okay. Castles. I mean, black's like hoping you take, but look at the score here for black. That's ridiculous. Objectively, white is not worse. The question is, what should you do? Nice score for white. 6 losses and 2 draws. So what's the total? 1 point out of 8. Wow, that's not good. Arco played this and lost with white against Manueli. Jesus. Alright, a3 is a move. Castles, now you take, completely equal. And here's the thing, like, you know, are you playing a minority attack? Because if you are, You have to watch out for b5. I would be concerned about this type of thing where they can try to lock the knight in here on c4. There's 0 games where this happened, but it's definitely a real threat. So there's some double-edged things in playing b4. Also, maybe better not to play a3. I don't know. Rook c1, and now black plays knight e4. So rook c1 doesn't really do anything. You know, we're just like waiting. I guess this is fine. Takes, 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 takes. Knight d2, it's equal. Black has some extra space on the king side, but if he tries to go like that, you know, you'll have rook c5. Black also can try to play f5. It's also risky. What about like g5? This is exactly what I said. And now minority attack with b4. So where's black's king side? Where's black's king side threats? Where's the king side threats? Can he actually engineer anything? King h7, rook h8. I'm not sure. You know, it looks problematic already. Apparently a6 is his best move. Then another best move, but I mean f5 is very dangerous. He's played 2 engine moves in a row. But it doesn't seem clear that black is threatening something. I mean, is f4 really a threat? Wow. Yeah, this guy played really well. He's playing like all engine moves. Like a perfect game by both sides. Literally. It looks like a perfect game by both sides. So far. 25 moves a perfect game by both sides. More or less. And it should be a draw. It's a 0-0. White went on to win on time in 68 moves. Exciting, huh? Rook takes f4 now. It's 2 pawns against 2 pawns. Knight f3. And I'm not going to analyze the rest of this. You flag the guy with knight and 2 pawns. Knight and 2 rooks. I mean, whatever. It's equal. Alright, guys. We're just playing for time at this point. I am out of here, guys. We're going to be back tomorrow. It's Blitz. Short Blitz stream. 1 hour. No. Like 2 hours. Short Blitz stream. 2 hours tomorrow. 12 noon to 2 p.m. And then I'm going to go play some rapid chess against people under 2100, hopefully. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your donations. And I'll see you all, a lot of you anyway, tomorrow. Move 11, thanks for the tip, by the way. $10 from Move 11 for coffee and a donut. Taha TMB. Thank you. Have a good rest of the night. I'll see everybody hopefully Friday. And if you can't attend Friday, tomorrow I'm going to be doing a simul on Sunday. Every Sunday I do classical simuls at 6:30, 7 p.m.